Hmm.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, will you mention or regarding any item number, sir? Item 3 and 4.
So,
Fine.
item 3.
Fine, sir. Thank you so much.
Who appeared in this judgment?
Landowners.
Who appeared for?
The petitioners.
The insurance company.
Yes, Manoj.
Perhaps the insurance companies may not like this judgment, but we have to settle the law. In regard to the nature of the litigation, we have addressed our the parties would operate as a bar to invoke arbitration. Secondly, what is the scope and standard that an application under Section 11, Clause 6 of the Act 1996 can be subjected to when a plea of accord and satisfaction is taken by the defendant. And thirdly, what is the effect of the decision of this court in interplay between arbitration agreements under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1966 and the Indian Stamp Act 1899 on the scope of powers of the referral court under Section 11 of the Act 1996. Just quickly, what we have said is thus. Even if the contracting parties, in pursuance of a settlement, agree to discharge each other of any obligations arising under the contract, this does not ipso facto mean that the arbitration agreement too would come to an end unless the parties expressly agree to do the same. The intention of the parties in discharging a contract by accord and satisfaction is to relieve each other of the existing or any new obligations under the contract. Such a discharge of obligations under the substantive contract cannot be construed to mean that the parties also intended to relieve each other of their obligation to settle any dispute pertaining to the original contract through arbitration. Although ordinarily no arbitrable disputes may subsist after execution of a full and final settlement, yet any dispute pertaining to the full and final settlement itself, by necessary implication, being a dispute arising out of, or in relation to, or under the substantive contract, would not be precluded from reference to arbitration, as the arbitration agreement contained in the original contract continues to be in existence even after the parties have discharged the original contract by accord and satisfaction. Our final conclusion is like this. The existence of the arbitration agreement as contained in Clause 13 of the insurance policy is not disputed by the appellant. The dispute raised by the claimant being one of quantum and not of liability, prima facie falls within the scope of the arbitration agreement. The dispute regarding accord and satisfaction, as raised by the appellant, does not pertain to the existence of the arbitration agreement and can be adjudicated upon by the arbitral tribunal as a preliminary issue. For all the foregoing reasons, we oppose and affirm the appointment of Justice K. Pooch, former judge of the High Court of Gujarat, as an arbitrator to resolve the disputes between the parties. But what is important in this judgment is that we have clarified our earlier judgment in Ari Fazim. The clarification starts from para 126. We have explained how Ari Fazim should now be construed or understood, more particularly in light of this pronouncement. And what is important is, just one paragraph very quickly, we are running late. Thus, we clarify that while determining the issue of limitation and exercise of the powers under Section 11(6) of the Act 1996, the referral court should limit its inquiry to examining whether Section 11, subsection 6 application has been filed within the period of limitation of 3 years or not. The date of commencement of limitation period for this purpose shall have to be construed as per the decision in Arif Azim. As a natural corollary, it is clarified that the referral courts, at the stage of deciding an application for appointment of arbitrator, must not conduct an intricate evidentiary inquiry into the question whether the claims raised by the applicant are time-barred, and should leave that question for determination by the arbitrator. Such an approach gives true meaning to the legislative intention underlying Section 11, bracket 6, capital A of the Act, and also to the view taken in Ray interplay. That's how we have decided. Thank you.
Everybody else, please circulate emails, because once we breach the norm, then I cannot breach it only for seniors, and I have to do that for everybody else. It completely destroys the system which I have put in place. Everyone who has a request, please send me an email. I'll look at it by the afternoon today.
This is not a listing request.
Anybody who does not have a listing request, some correction in an order, something is free to mention.
Tomorrow you are asking the review today to be put with that tomorrow. That's a request.
That also has to go on an email. That's listing. Listing, if it's on listing, please don't mention. Please put it in an email. I'll look at it in the afternoon today. I promise you I'll do that. It's the same thing. When was the include order passed? By 19th, right? So we'll list it tomorrow.
Your Lordship, I'll just
We'll list it tomorrow.
Sir.
Okay, but you could have also said it in an email. Sorry. Circulate a rejoinder.
Circulate a letter in tomorrow's matter listed at item 26. I'm the respondent just needs to hand out.
We'll see tomorrow, yes.
I'm mentioning a matter that I've already sent emails for. Because I've also sent
It will be dealt with. It will be dealt with. Give me this name. Sure, Balam.
Just a query, would your Lordship be taking the Part 3rd income tax matter or...
Just wait, I've just told the court master, we'll tell you in a minute, yes.
I'm sorry, one request. There's an order that your Lordship had passed last week, Lord. It's an arbitration petition. Your Lordship perhaps will recall, Lord, I had made a submission that the pendency or the reference to arbitration will not impact any criminal proceedings that we might initiate. Because our recollection is the Lordship had dictated that in court, my Lord, but it's perhaps not reflected in paragraph 3, my Lord. No, but your Lordship...
We also said in the course of the discussion that an arbitration will never affect a criminal prosecution.
But I made that submission, I think...
All right, you don't have to put something, clarify something which is obvious.
Very good.
So before we begin, what we are proposing to do is that we have the income tax partnered group. Neet is above that today. We'll at least open the Neet matter, and then we'll see what to do with the partnered group. We'll hopefully start with the partnered group, but it might just have to wait until we open the Neet matter, because there's some urgency in the Neet matter. Young students all over the country are waiting for the outcome of this matter. So, but we are not going to lose session of the income tax matter, because we are now also mentally we are in the matter.
Yes, since you circulated something yesterday, it can be kept tomorrow.
Let's at least open the Neet matter today, because let's see the matter.
Others can be discharged, etc. Many are procedural matters, item 4, etc.
So what we are doing is, number 1, for instance, is about bifurcating. We'll take up item 1. So it's bifurcating matters, etc. That will pass procedural direction. Okay, we'll just yes.
No, item 1 is not bifurcating. Item 1 is a batch of cases on fringe benefit tax.
Yes, the fringe benefit.
The bifurcation is item, the gaming matter, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Why is that listed for direction? Because item 1 is only the.
Because there are two.
All of the item 1, right? The Podmaster says that we have to pass the usual procedural direction for appointing nodal counsel, so that they prepare one common compilation. So tell us who will be the nodal counsel.
Mr. Pula, I'll give my AR's name to your lordship's bench, and one from the department, so 2 of us can be there.
The department, is there a compilation for the only? So now tell us for the petitioners who will be the nodal counsel.
I can volunteer. Mr. Kunal Kishore can volunteer.
Since you've already prepared. And for the department, Mr. Venkatraman, are you appearing in the one? You are appearing. Who will be in the nodal counsel there? Mr. Divakar. So Ms. Manisha Karia and Mr. Divakar will be nodal counsel. Usual orders. And prepare one common compilation duly indexed with written submissions in terms of our last circular. And file it by what date will you file it? Mr. Datar, by what date will you file the compilation?
Posting in August or July?
We'll post it in August, so we'll give you enough time to file the compilation. You can file the compilation of written submissions by the 31st of July, and we'll paste it in August. Alright, so that field number 1 is over. That way, we have just one compilation, so it becomes impossible to.
Item 2, the canon matter, they have put a direction now. There has to be a bench has to be constituted. There are not a batch of matters there.
So here also can we have one compilation? Yes, you can do something, right? So who will be the nodal counsel? Charanya will be the.
Chandrasekhar Bharti will be.
So Charanya Lakshman and Mr. V. Chandrasekhar Bharti. And can you prepare the submissions and compilation by 31st of July? Then we'll keep it in the first week of August and we'll take this up, because a lot of matters across India are dependent on it.
Thousands. Very much. Because the canon matter was passed with 3 judges.
Right.
Therefore, it
has to be 3 judges. It will be before this regular best. It will be before me and my 2 colleagues, so we are seized of the matter.
Item 3 is the Google matter.
I appear for Google. Your lordship recalls the lordship.
Are the compilations ready in Google?
Everything is done. Give dates in September.
Only because we have the Neet matter, and literally lakhs of time for the country are waiting for the outcome of this matter.
In September, give dates in September.
Only in the first week of September, so that we can.
A little later, I have the Indus Valley dispute before the new tax.
Second week of September, marathon. Submissions have not been received, the Podmaster says, so you'll have to email them.
And we make sure our sorted out.
Alright, why don't you give us on the side of Mr. Sarve one nodal counsel?
Yes.
We filed it. We filed it on the 3rd of October. We'll file it again. We'll send an email again. It's been filed.
Alright, who's the nodal counsel on your side?
Mr. Chandelier is the nodal counsel.
Mr. Chandelier, and what about Mr. Venkatraman on your side? No, we've already appointed nodal counsel. Alright, then make sure that is filed by the 31st of July. Alright.
Yes.
Gaming matter.
The second matter is the gaming matter.
Are these absolutely ready for
Union level has filed its counter. Lordship has directed the organization to be filed appointed under the council that has not
So we set down 31st of July for completing the filing of the compilation.
Maybe 15th August may be better.
Anti-profiting match we can exclude, but amongst gaming, no segregation, Lord. Everything has to be heard here.
Agreed. My friend is right.
15th August may be better.
This exercise has been done in the registry.
Yes.
The gaming matters we've got separately listed, and the anti-profiteering matters are separately. So they have to be segregated. Now, what we will do is that the Learned Council can. This is being done by Charanya.
This is made.
Have you looked at it?
Just check it up, Lord. Just wait it now.
Right. Ms. Charanya Lakshmakumaran, Learned Council appearing on behalf of the petitioners, some of the petitioners, has prepared a tabulated statement segregating into single inverted commas, gaming into inverted commas, matters from the into single inverted commas, anti-profiteering matters. Full stop. The statement is reproduced below. Copy kar lijiye. Mr. N. Venkataraman, then ASG, states that he will have this really verified within a week, and intimate the registry in regard to whether he agrees on whether the statement reflects the correctness of the statement. Full stop. This may be communicated to the court master no later than by date on email ID. The compilations are ready.
The counter was received by us in the writ petitions on Monday evening. We need some time to file the
It has to be filed. That may be filed on or before 31 July 2024.
Lordship, some of the transferred matters, the councils indicated that they would also like to make written submissions when we checked with them. So they were waiting for direction.
All right. If any further written submissions are to be filed, including the transferred cases, they may be filed with the Novi Council. The common compilation. So the written submission shall not exceed 5 pages each. Because
Would your Lordship settle down on the others for directions? Would your Lordship have it on 31st for directions, Manoj?
we'll have it on the 31st of July for directions. Directions on the 31st, which is a Wednesday.
Lordship.
All right.
Directions.
We are
segregating gaming and the two segments
Anti-profiteering.
will be taken
There are
separately.
no difficulty in segregating gaming and anti-profiting. No,
That's all.
within gaming is not acceptable.
That's all.
So we are not.
Somebody asked him to give a speech. He said, no, please.
Mr. Venkataraman, now you're giving them ideas.
Yes, correct.
No games.
All right. So that covers 4, 19 and 20. So 31st of July we keep it for direction. Just to ensure that everything is complete, then we list it immediately and hear this.
Right.
Lord.
because this is the gaming matter, now the counter, etc. we have prepared. For anti-profiting matters, there are no directions in terms of
The circular.
Right. So for the anti-profiteering matters, we issue similar procedural directions. Same Novi Council. Same Novi Council, same. And by 31st July, that process must be completed. Alright?
Publish it.
Mr. Day, we will now stand back the income tax matters. We are not adjourning it for the day. But in view of the importance of the Neet matters, we'll take up the Neet matters, because. But all the other learning council may step aside and you can have a little time off. But we'll take up the income tax matter because we're not taking up any other heavy matter until we take up that. So Neet only because of the social ramification, we thought we'll give priority to the Neet matter. All right. Now,
All mixed up. 5, 7, 9, all that.
now who's going to open the arguments in the Neet matters for the petitioners?
My item 5 is slightly on a different footing. I am showing not merely the leakage of the examinations, but I am showing the.
Mr. Dwivedi, where are you appearing in this matter? This is pension matter. I think you are safe today because after this we are going to take up the parted tax matter, which will take the rest of the day. So, but the judge's pension matter is again important, and we will take it up probably next week. We'll list it and take it up. Just a little adjustment of the board. That's all.
Item 7, if I can. The writ petition under Article 226 of this candidate is pending before Honorable High Court of Delhi. He has filed writ petition under 32 before this Honorable Court also, saying that I will withdraw that. This is the third time consecutively where he is alleging that my OMR has been replaced, which is factually.
All right. That we will see what to do there, because that's not about the systemic issue, but about his own OMR sheet. There we may be appearing. Which one is that? Serial number? 5. Why don't you do this? Go to the High Court. Whether your OMR sheet has been replaced or not is not a systemic issue.
High Court has already passed the judgment. High Court has refused to examine this issue. My Lord had delegated.
Why have you filed a writ petition? You have to file an SLP then.
No, my Lord, in 2020 I went before Honorable High Court on the direction of this Honorable Court.
But now High Court is held against you.
In 2021.
21 hoga, 20 hoga, 19 hoga, 23 hoga. But now tell us what remedy do you have against the judgment of the High Court?
Is that even if I come in SLP, my Lord cannot grant me an admission. My Lord, I am saying I reappear in the examination.
Enough. We will entertain your writ. Yes. On one condition, that now then we will treat the order of the High Court as attained finality.
Yes.
So we will then hear your writ on the footing that the order of the High Court has attained finality. So you are taking a chance.
High Court was to examine the issue. That's the fact.
We'll see. We'll see when the matter is called in.
My Lord, may
Mr. Abutu, we are seized of the matter. We know how important it is. It's about our own retired judges. But we have the Neet matter today, so we'll give priority to the Neet matter today. We just indicated to Mr. Dwivedi, we'll try and accommodate it sometime next week, so we'll take it up immediately. We'll just give me a little time, so I'll just in the evening discuss the board position with the court master, and then we'll take it because we have to take it up.
I'm here for item 6. I have the same prayer that my OMR sheet was replaced.
All right, let the matter open up now. If everybody just keeps on giving our individual time, who's going to open the hearing and open the argument?
Mine is the first matter where they have filed their responses.
So we hear Mr. Huda first.
Yes, I'll supplement whatever he said.
All right, and then we'll hear the solicitor.
Your Lordship had an occasion to go through the second status report.
Yes. We have seen the second stage.
There is something is crystal.
We have seen the second stage.
Yesterday.
Yes. I saw it in the morning today. After the game. Both my learned brothers have seen the second stage.
It will wash.
Item 5, may I please request that the first prayer is not that.
You are not arguing it. You have somebody before you who is to argue his matter.
Item 5, I am making a request.
But which is the lead prayer? Which is the lead matter? Are you prepared to argue the whole matter on the leak, etc.?
No, I am not on the legal aspect.
Why are you interrupting the flow of the proceedings? Allow somebody who is arguing the main matter to take charge, right? We'll hear you. We'll hear you at the end. No problem.
Two, three things at the outset, Lord. As per my Lord's direction, CBI was supposed to file their status report. Filing, we understood it will be filed and it will be supplied to us. And that was the direction.
The only problem is this. The only problem is this. Today, I mean, I'm all for transparency. In fact, this is not a sealed cover procedure. Let me be very clear. but today an investigation is going on.
Correct.
Right?
I follow that.
If what CBI has told us in the course of the investigation is revealed, probably the investigation will get scuttled because people will become wise on what are the leads which have emerged in the course of the investigation.
I bow down straight away. My only, you see, the intervention in between will cause this problem.
So what we would like you to do, Mr. Huda, is you have to, redaction is not possible in these kinds. If it's redacted, then it will have nothing of it will have nothing of substance. You will have to show us, prima facie on the basis of your submissions, that the leak is so systemic and has affected the entire examination process across the country that we must cancel the examination and direct a fresh examination to be held. That is the area where we want to hear you. And then we hear the learned solicitor in response to that.
I will assess this honorable court.
Just 1 second. Just second, we have some ideas also on what we are going to post to the solicitor thereafter. We would like you to assist us on assuming, if we accept your wider submission that you must have a fresh, neat examination, then that's what you exactly want. Suppose in the alternative, after hearing you both, we are not with you, then we would like you to also assist the court on which are the further lines of investigation, what are the lines of investigation which must be carried out. In the sense that which are the specific issues which must be investigated. So we would like your assistance on both, the other and alternate argument.
Yes, but that alternative argument has also come in my supplementary note which I circulated yesterday.
Okay,
in the same matter, I have suggested that this is the line of investigation should be conducted to unearth this entire controversy.
All right, then we'll look at that. Later on, we'll read it with you.
At the outset, I was flagging my handicap in assisting. I'm assisting. I'm not saying that. But the handicap I have in assisting this honorable court in this leak matter, one, they have not declared the entire result. They have declared the result of 100 people. And my assistance is information gathered from here and there. UPSC in IAS exam, they declared the result of entire people. At least they should have declared the result of this 1 lakh people who get admission, first 50,000 in the medical colleges. And the two handicaps you may kindly notice I will have in the course of my assistance to this honorable court.
Plus 50,000. How many seats in the government medical colleges?
56,000. And not everybody clamor for these first 56,000. Even the people below 56,000 may be willing to go for a re-examination.
And how many in the private medical colleges?
52. 56 and 52. That is 1,08,000. Now, if re-exam happens, literally it is, if all of them do not want re-examination, the total number is 1,08,000 people, not 23 lakh people. The remaining 22 lakh people
have not got admission.
Have not got admission. So they are willing.
Except for the fact that if some people have wrongly got into the 1,08,000 category, then somebody below the 1,08,000 can legitimately get into that 1,08,000.
That's right. So, in fact, the balance is this 1 lakh. If all of them 1 lakh don't want re-examination, this 1 lakh on one side and 22 lakh on the other side who would like to take a chance in view of the this examination is marred by controversy. All 22 lakh would like to have a second chance.
That argument, yes, Mr. Huda, there's a problem. Forget the question of leak in this matter. Merely because, say, out of 22 lakh, 1,08,000 only have got admission or would get admission. And therefore you are left with, say, about 22 lakh students who would want to take a chance. We cannot order a re-examination merely because they want to take a chance. Re-examination has to be on a concrete footing, that the sanctity of the entire examination has been raised.
Bow down. I just wanted to dispel an impression
that the stake in the re-examination is of lakhs of people. No, the stake is of 1,08,000 people. I will have to set up, demonstrate conclusively that we cannot segregate tainted from the untainted. In Tanvi Sabharwal case and the judgment authored by Malone clearly says in Tanvi Sabharwal's case, the finding was we have identified 44 candidates out of 6 lakhs. The remaining we are not able to identify. So we cannot permit even 10 people.
So I think you need not labor that point because you're absolutely right on that. That if you can, as a conceptually, that if you can establish that it is not possible to segregate the tainted from the untainted, then the whole examination has to go. Because those basic, you can of course show those authorities briefly to us at a certain point. But when we have looked at the facts, but before we go into the authorities, we want you to address the core of the facts before us.
I will try to first summarize my case and then elaborate all that, so that you will have an idea what I am saying.
You can summarize that. My brother Justice Pagiwala would like to know, out of 1,08,000, totally how many petitioners are before the court?
This is NTA can say.
NTA, 38 petitions. Now you're for NTA, no?
38.
So 38 petitions includes the 6 transfer petitions or transfer
petitions before this transfer court includes the 6 transfer petitions by the NTA. So there are 2 petitions, 31 petitions.
Our question is little.
I represent 10. And from my speaking supported by 4,500.
I do not know how many, at least 100. The candidates were called us individually, but we have not able to.
I think they have a figure. 108. Mr. Kaushik, if you can just ask somebody, any of your team from the NTA, to just do this physical exercise of telling us even at lunch or after lunch, how many total students are involved in the matters before the, not involved, but how many students have moved the court in this batch of cases?
That was expect, my lord. That may 15 minutes and they are seeking reconduct of the examination.
The council, 108 who are seeking re-exam are amongst 1,08,000.
Yes.
No, they'll be outside 1,08,000.
They are outside 1,08,000. They can't be.
Because 1,08,000 would get their certificate.
See the examination at all. I represent.
So all those who have not been able to.
Yes. Some people within 1,08,000 are also before your lordship because they say
they will not get into government.
They will never to the government. They will get into it.
In my case,
re-examine.
In my case, it's 700. In my election, there are 5 candidates. One of them.
Now in charge, unless we ask a question to some other council, the others may not interrupt because otherwise, our line of thinking is also affected. And he is deflected also. He has a thought process in some matter, yes.
But they are not in.
Also, Brother Manoj inside the point, what is the minimum mark which has been received by the petitioners before the court? We just want, we need not give us an offhand answer, just do it at lunch and tell us.
Can I have one thing, my lord? In 5 petitioners in my petition, my lord. One is having 700. Another having 600.
How will we be able to, just wait for a minute. Let's have the conceptual basis of the matter. We can't go in individual facts like this. Let's have the concept very clear before us, and then we can see where the balance lies. Yes, Mr. Wood. We'll hear you. We're not going to run away. We are here to hear you and do justice to the matter.
Not only qualifying marks are 164. That is this exercise. There are 131 students who are not falling within 1,08,000, and they are playing for retest.
131 students.
And they are petitioners, and there are 254 who are falling within 1,08,000,
they are opposing them. Not that statistics can assist your lordship either way, but factually this is the position.
So 131 students beyond 108,000 who want a retest, and
254 they are in the form of IAs for implement.
Who are opposing?
For opposing the retest.
The figures
All within 108,000.
The figures may not always be right, my lord, because I represent somebody who falls within and whose rank is about 2009. But, my lord, we'll work out the figures in common with Mr.
Now tell us also what is the cutoff rank for the 56,000 and for the 108,000.
Just one clarification, conceptually. Anybody who is above the 50th percentile qualifies, in the sense that if somebody above them also does not go into medicine, goes into IIT, for instance, there will be a figure. So passing is 164. Passing is 164, but admission is a dynamic process. May stop at 1 lakh, may stop at 1,50,000, and depending on the particular quota or reservation or whatever is available. 164 is the cutoff mark. 164 means that you are above the 50th percentile. So about half the people have a qualification to be allotted a seat, but not everybody will be allotted a seat. So it's a dynamic process. There is 108,000 seats available. Some of them may not opt for medicine, some may go into IIT, this, that, and the other. The figure will come down. And also depending on whether you have a reserved category or something. So it is not, so it is dynamic, but roughly say, I think the last figures will stop at 2.5 lakhs, rank-wise. That's
let's hear Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda.
So, Lord, I'm
You
starting.
can summarize your case, you said.
Yes. I'll just summarize. But give me a speed. Lord, I'm starting with a handicap. I do not have the result. Because of that, I cannot have the data analytics, which the state has placed, NTA has placed on record, giving the bell curve. And Lord, one of the director of IIT Madras is a member of the governing body of NTA. They have run the data analytics process, taking the entire number of 23,33,000 candidates who sat in the examination. Data analytics is to be run to 23,33,000 people. At what stage 10,000 or 20,000 people have sneaked into it? This data analytics running into half a page, which every dot means thousands of people. You cannot detect any abnormality when you draw a bell curve, which is based on 23,33,000. The correct procedure, if at all they were doing it, the correct procedure was to apply this process to 108,000 people. The first 1 lakh people in 2021, 22, 23 and 24. Probably the curve would have been able to catch 1,000, 2,000 people going up and down. Now even 1% is up, is into thousands of candidates. This honorable court has not tolerated, even if it comes to a conclusion that
1,000 people have entered into the system of this 1 lakh, which we are not able to detect. This examination cannot be sustained.
Well, that's one aspect about what IIT Madras has done. Now, what about how do you develop, now you can develop the basic case that
I am demonstrating that IIT Madras can't be relied upon.
So they have taken the entire body of 21.33 lakhs.
That's right.
And according to you, that data analytics should have been done on the restricted figure of 1,08,000 and compare that with 2021, 22 and 23.
So great. And the governing body member is the of NTA is the director IIT Madras. There is a conflict of interest.
No, but therefore, you take it, I mean, what is at the highest, what does that lead to? Your argument is that the data analytics has been done by NTA itself.
Correct.
It can't be higher than that. That's because the director of IIT Madras is also in the governing body of NTA. He's not there. But
he says he's not on the board of directors of NTA.
Oh, I see.
He was an outsider who's not expertise.
But anybody from IIT Madras who is on the governing body of NTA?
He was. Somebody else was.
Wasn't in the past.
In past.
Today IIT Madras says no, nobody from IIT Madras in NTA.
When was that password when he exited?
But the person, the director who has prepared this report.
Mr. Solicitor, just sit for a second and ask them what the position is so that you can have a seat.
A radio member of NTA. This is not the way it is done. Please don't do this.
I'm not affiliated any board, now they are
Member. He's not a member. Any other person who is a member. When? Check to further verification. But the IIT, whichever IIT organizes JEE examination, IIT for selection, the chairman of that examination committee is ex-officio member in any NP. But the officer, the director who has prepared this report is not the member. Some Mr. Gopal
Now, IIT JEE for 2024 was held by IIT Madras or who held it?
IIT Madras. He is the chairman of that IIT JEE examination committee, but he deputed somebody to attend meetings of NTA.
Oh, I see.
He ex officio is there to use his expertise.
So I'll just take it down. IIT JEE for 2024
was conducted by IIT Madras.
Yes.
And the chairman of IIT who conducts IIT JEE,
ex officio is a member of NTA.
And what role does NTA have in regard to the IIT JEE?
Nothing.
There's no.
He is not
May I just ask the director?
NTA conducts JEE.
So the actual NTA, the actual IIT JEE mains are conducted by NTA.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So IIT Madras would only set the papers or what happens?
No, they would conduct the examination.
Advanced they conduct JEE, mains is conducted by NTA.
So mains is conducted by
NTA.
by NTA. That's like the preliminary exam. The mains.
Advanced. Final.
Only for IIT. Whosoever is intended to get admission in IIT, they opt for the advanced. Otherwise, all other.
They are only the admissions are on the basis of IIT JEE mains. And IIT JEE advanced, NTA doesn't conduct that. So IIT JEE advanced is conducted by whom?
NTA.
No.
IITs.
IITs or one IIT?
It is conducted by IITs. One become the organizing IIT. This year it was IIT Madras.
Okay, so like the class. So this year, the IIT JEE advanced, the organizer was IIT Madras.
Correct. And he has gone into city-wise as well as center-wise analysis.
Now, when you said that the chairperson of IIT JEE is the ex officio member of NTA, of the government, is ex officio a member of the governing body?
The governing body has no correlation with the activities of the conduct of the exam.
So the IIT JEE, the chairperson. So this time, who was the chairperson?
He was the chairperson. He deputed one Mr. Gopal Krishnan to attend the meetings on his behalf.
No, but who was the chairperson? The director of IIT Madras was the chairperson?
Yes. Because IIT Madras was the organizing body.
So IIT Madras was the organizing body both for the mains as well as advanced, or only for advanced?
Only advanced. Mains was conducted by us
entirely. But IIT Madras's director was an ex officio member of the
governing body, which is a
of NTA. And is he an ex officio member only for this year or generally?
He would be, whichever IIT conducts the exam.
For that year, he becomes a member of the government. All right, I got it.
But I must tell your lordship not that what is placed in the report is not for say city-wise spread of top 100 rankers.
This time the director IIT Madras would be ex officio a member of the governing NDA, but he had deputed somebody else on his behalf to attend the meeting.
One Professor Gopal Krishna. And I have city-wise and center-wise.
That I'm explaining.
A deputed professor or doctor?
Gopal Krishna. Professor Gopal Krishna. My learned friend is going on the question of bias that may not help here. I have sat with him and I have examined everything which he has done. I can show it to your lordships, and it is city-wise, center-wise, and at the national level.
Yes, that there is no. That you can indicate when your turn comes. All right, now tell us.
Without showing the document, but the city-wise and center-wise, the first table is the bell curve of 23,000 people. 23 lakh people. The second table is city-wise top ranker analysis, the top 100. How top 100s are spread over across the cities. Then there is a table which is
Can we do this, Mr. Huda, to understand your submission? Can we just look at the report of IIT Madras? Let's go straight there, because let us first understand what they have done.
Yes, that's great. Can we see the reply filed by them on 10th of July?
Just 1 second. Serial number कौन सा है भाई?
Additional affidavit dated 10th of July filed on behalf of respondent number 2.
58 dated 10th of July?
Correct, Lord. That's right. Lord, this is respondent number 2. Annexure A, page 12.
Page 952 तो नहीं नहीं बोलता.
Is this immediate?
It's analysis of the 17 candidates or no?
This annexure is data analytics of Neet UG 2024, annexure A.
It may be part of the petition filed by Shivangi Mishra.
Items in Shivangi Mishra.
That was the first.
Yes,
it is in Shivangi Mishra's case, because they didn't file it in my case.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes,
that is
copies are
report from IIT Madras, pages 12 to 18. Let's see that.
Yes. Now, at page 12 is there's an executive summary given on page 1, and then the charts. Executive summary indicates they have gone all the way to explain. If I can read it, the executive summary.
Yes.
Marks distribution follows the bell-shaped curve which is witnessed in any large-scale examination in...
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Executive summary, short summary. Marks distribution follows bell-shaped curve that is witnessed in any large-scale examination, indicating no abnormality. City-wise and center-wise analysis done for 2 years, 23-24, to find out if there are any abnormal indication. Analysis is carried out for the top 1.4 lakh ranks given that the total number of seats across the country is around 1.1 lakh. This analysis is granular enough to indicate any abnormality had a large number of students gotten into high rank top 5% due to malpractice, or if students from a particular exam center or city were benefited. The analysis shows that there is neither any indication of mass malpractice nor a localized set of candidates being benefited leading to abnormal scores. I would say this is beyond their brief, what they are stating here. D, there is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students Rajat. E part. There is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students, specifically in the range of 550 to 720. This increase is seen across the cities and centers. This is attributed to 25% reduction in syllabus. That's not their case for them to say. In addition, the candidates obtaining such high marks are spread across multiple cities and multiple centers, indicating very less likelihood of malpractice. Lord, if I can take just one moment here. NTA, the government of India, in their reply is talking that they are attributing two reasons for this exponential inflation in the marks. Two reasons are there is 22 to 25% syllabus reduction and hence the inflation. Two, increase in candidates. Nowhere there is a whisper that there was increase in the syllabus that we have placed on. If not more, at least corresponding. So, if I can say so, the reply is not giving a full disclosure for oblique reasons. If they are talking about deleting the syllabus, they should simultaneously talk about increase also. At least they should disclose it. I will show the increase part of the syllabus. So there is an increase and decrease both. But this IIT Madras is talking about 25% reduction. Probably they are not given the papers that there is an increase also. And why IIT Madras will not?
Let's look at the data.
Yes. Now kindly see the first table. This table, Lord, is for 23 lakh people. They say it is a bell shape. And any large examination will have a similar kind of a shape. And hence, there is no red flags. Now, starting from extreme right, where 720, now Lord, it is going up to the marks. Now, at every stop, there are thousands and thousands of people. This one line, which encapsulates about 24 lakh people, cannot give them any abnormality if 10,000 have gotten into this system through a back door and there is an inflation. Inflation is admitted. Leak is admitted. They are trying to justify it that it should be the same curve, and it is the same curve. So this is no indication that there is no abnormality. That is my respectful submission. Because of the data is too large, which can't be caught. Granular variations can't be seen with this large data. Yes. Now can you see the next table? They say the city-wise top ranker analysis. Lot of the marks obtained versus number of candidates for all the candidates who took the examination. Similar analysis was carried out by NTA for every city, and the results followed the same distribution. This was verified by IIT Madras team. This further strengthens our view that there was no major abnormality. There can be abnormality, but there is no major abnormality which can be caught by this system if this Python software is run through 24 lakh students' data. Now can you see center-wise top ranker analysis, which they say that there are city-wise. There are 571 cities. They say first top 100 are evenly spread, and then the data they give is only with regard to 17 students. Bangalore, Karnataka 5, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh 4, Kota, Rajasthan 3, Tamil Nadu 3, Patna, Bihar 2. Total is 17. Why are they shying away? If they have run it for top 100, they should give for top 100. That will include Hardal School, Bahadurgarh, which had 8 candidates from the same center. Now they are leaving us in darkness because they have the data, we do not have a data. So whatever they are saying, we are trying to analyze and find that is it correct or not. Now the same story runs through all their tables. Can you see the next table?
I can give, there is no difficulty. Just
I'll read the narration also.
Just to give the context, this chart shows that out of students who got first top 100, and we are not counting those 1563. Please don't count them because there is become a separate.
My only objection is why send only for 17 people? Why don't they give a data for 100? Top 100.
I am answering that. Please allow me to. If you listen to it. In Bengaluru, just to show the difference, in 23 there was 1, here it is 5. Maximum in India, the city which got 100 ranker is 5 in Bengaluru, Lucknow 4, Kota 3, Namakkal 3, Patna 2. Yes, 10101.
But you have the breakup of the top 100 ranks.
Yes.
Top 100 ranks. If you can give us what cities did they come from? Because we have now got the data for the 17, 5 and 4, 9 and 3, 12 and 15 to 17.
Yes, you can
just give us in a chart, you can cut it out and give it to us and give it to the others also. That if you take the top 100, which are the cities from which they are?
At page 118, we have shared the 100 side also, and we have
just give it to us separately right now. You have it right now, just give it to us.
Where is it? Just page
your counter.
Counter of NTA.
One Shika, yes sir.
One.
100 कहाँ से बने? To 91 places, but these 5 are top. Bangalore has maximum students, 5 who are in the first 5, 100. The rest would be 10, 10, 10, etc.
You said 915. Could you put on behalf of NTA?
Yes, 118, next R90.
A19.
R90. PDF page 121.
121.
PDF 120.
121 is some Wakalatnama.
Analysis of top 100
R90.
Counter affidavit on behalf of NTA?
additional affidavit of NTA.
Additional affidavit of NTA.
The petition number would be petition 335 of 2000.
Correct. So one Vinod Kumar Sahu is the deponent?
Yes.
Right. Got it. There we have got the annexure A1 is a performance analysis of 17 candidates of Patna, Bihar.
Yes.
A2 is copy of screenshots of messages.
Correct.
Now, which is the chart that you're referring to?
118. In the entire country, the analysis of top 100 candidates.
Where is that actually?
That is exactly 118, annexure 19, R19.
118.
It's continuous page PDF 1070. 1070.
This is the addition.
Sound.
So here, center-wise toppers for all 100.
Okay, so first is Guntur.
That's it.
Can your lordships come to 121?
Yes, we got it.
121. Yes. See Lucknow.
See which one?
Lucknow, my lord. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, my lord. Left hand side, first column, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. 2, 1, 1. Your lordship gets, my lord? Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh is the state, Lucknow is the city, and STSN Mahavidyalaya is the center. From that center, out of 100, 2 candidates fall into 100, first 100. Then in Lucknow Loyola International, 1 student, and Uttar Pradesh Lucknow Central Academy, 1 student. Total up to 4. And therefore, in the report of the IIT Madras, they mentioned Lucknow has 4.
At the same page, may kindly see at page 120, there are 9 people, 8 people from Jaipur, which they have not captured in the table. Kindly see the Jaipur, Millet. Page 120. Jaipur alone has 9 people. They have captured 2. They have not captured 9.
You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 probably.
No, 8 seconds.
7 people from Bihar are in this.
Uttar Pradesh we get 2 and 1 3 and 1 4.
Yes.
Get 3 from Lucknow, 2 from Noida. Lucknow 4. Lucknow 4, no?
Well, the purpose is to show that they are spread over. That in Lucknow, there are only 4 out of total 23 lakhs who appear. But just to show that if there would have been any leakage or malpractice, in one center there would be a spike. That's the intention.
Bihar, there are 7, right?
Yes, Bihar, there are 7. Yes, madam.
State-wise, Bihar, there are 7. Right?
Yes, madam.
Then Haryana, how many? Gujarat, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Haryana 3. 4. Haryana 4, madam. And what may kindly notice, Haryana 4 is in a situation, if I can be given a moment here.
Yes.
There was one Hardyal school in Bahadurgarh, where 8 people were from the same center. And the story of that center is that the paper distributed in that center, 500 odd students, was taken from Canara Bank. Paper was just different. That's a different issue, but I'm showing it has a relevancy.
But Haryana, there are 4. There are 4 in the top 100.
No, there were 6 people in the top, which are not, they are not there now. Because what happened in Bahadurgarh, that's one other glaring thing I just want to state here. NTA never disclosed it. That in Hardyal school, Jhajjar, the question paper taken from Canara Bank was distributed. That paper was taken. There was absolutely no delay in distribution of paper. The principal of the school is on record on YouTube, even here it can be shown. She says that we collected paper from SBI as well as Canara. Ultimately, the instructions came that you distribute paper from...
Allow me to state it. It's a different issue. We will not
which you have never disclosed on affidavit till now. And I will demonstrate it. That's a very clinching issue, which they are getting agitated on. Paper taken from SBI as well as Canara both. The paper was distributed, which is taken from Canara Bank. Not the entire country was giving the paper taken from SBI, but Hardyal School, Bahadurgarh paper was given, distributed, and ultimately full time was given and paper was taken on the basis of Canara Bank. Answer. No, what happened is, just if I can complete it. What happens is, the principal says that after about 40 minutes I conveyed it, that we were told Canara Bank and now these students are attempting Canara Bank question paper. And the instructions to her was that alright, if it's already 40 minutes, so let them do Canara Bank. They did Canara Bank. Ultimately what they did not disclose it to anyone, but they gave grace marks to everyone in that school. And because of those extra marks, 6 people got 720 out of 720. 2 students from the same center got 718 and 719. Thereafter, this was the grace marks.
Of course, thereafter a fresh examination was held.
No, I would, that is impinging upon the entire system they have. Now, initially, they arbitrarily gave grace marks for which they were not entitled to at all. Now, this is how they have given grace marks across the country. There was absolutely no justification because they have not come clean on that. Here, they should have said, in Bahadurgarh, a different paper was given, that is why we are holding a re-exam, fine. First, they said that there was a delay in distribution of paper, there was a loss of time and hence grace marks. When they were caught in this court, then they appeared before the Honorable Other Coordinate Bench and said, now we are having a re-examination, so please do not go into how we gave the grace marks to this 1561 people. 1563. So the question that how they gave grace marks to 1563 people on account of loss of time has not been examined by this honorable court. They in their reply they say that the issue stands resolved because we have had a re-exam. My question is, Lord,
that how in the first instance they identify 1563 like the center in Bahadurgarh, and to hush up the matter they say we have a re-exam. No, if it was on account of loss of time, they should have given opportunity to everybody in the country. That wherever there is a...
Mr. Huda, that is again finality. Our court dismissed that, our court has upheld the re-examination. Initially they decided to give grace marks to everybody. That was, when that was done, there were representations, they said. They told us last time that there were representations. Thereafter they decided to revoke that because a fresh committee was appointed and they decided to have a re-examination. Is that correct?
My respectful submission, I may have to interrupt here, only for a moment, my lord.
Later.
My respectful submission is like this. In the first instance, they indulged into pick and choose for identifying 1563. One classic example is of Bahadurgarh. Then nobody knows how they picked up 1563. And re-examination, the people who were not entitled to get this chance again got the chance again. And out of this number, out of the total, out of 1563.
Out of 1563, how many made it into the 1,08,000?
Yes, that's an interesting question. They have not disclosed. But out of 15,
tell us. That's the proof of the pudding is in that. Out of the 1563 who got the details, how many actually have made it?
8, which included 8 top rankers from one center.
We'll find the other side of that.
Now,
see, I've done now the top 100. Huda, when we were arguing, I've just from that top 100 I've done an analysis. The maximum from the states, you said they had disclosed data only for 5 states, 4 or 5 states. Now Andhra Pradesh got 7 in the top 100. Bihar 7. Gujarat 7. Just check this up, ask your team to check it up, I've just done it manually. Andhra Pradesh 7, Bihar 7, Gujarat 7, Haryana 4, Delhi 3, Karnataka 6, Kerala 5, Maharashtra 12, Punjab 6, Rajasthan 19, Tamil Nadu 8, UP 6, and West Bengal 5. So it appears that the spread in the top 100 marks is distributed across the country. This covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 states and 12 states and 1 UT.
On this 1563, I just want to point out one fact. The people who got re-examination opportunity, out of them 73 did not pass the basic marks in the
candidates. Our affidavit says first 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities within 18 states and UT of them. 69, my lord, in Vanshika Yadav.
What have you said? That the first 100?
In this regard, just read, my lord. It is submitted that allegation of the petitioner that number of students scoring high marks are only from certain centers is completely unsubstantiated. In this regard, the result of top 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities.
Yes.
Within 18 states or UTs of the country. This diverse distribution highlights the widespread participation and competitive spirit among students from different regions and educational backgrounds.
Mr. Huda, this is not on the other aspects. But if you look at, as they say, first 100 candidates are distributed in 95 centers in 56 cities in 18 states. Apart from that, as we said, the maximum we have taken in students at least 5 or more per state. 5 or more per state. We find their distribution in 12 states and 1 union territory. The highest being Maharashtra, which is, Rajasthan 19, followed by Maharashtra 12, followed by Gujarat and Bihar 7, and Karnataka 6.
Yes, Lord.
For us, my lord,
67 students who secured 720 out of 720.
They are also, my lord, reduced now because of the re-examination.
Now tell us, originally 67 students got
720 out of
720 out of 720. Now, how many of those were in the, I think 17 were in that 1563, no?
Yes.
44.
How much? 44?
Lord, they are reduced. Lord, I reduced.
Yes.
Got reduced to 61 because of e-exam at Bahadurgarh. And it's 44 we are attributing to the aspect of one question paper in which 2 options were not correct. As a result, thereof, it's 44 candidates for the benefit of extra 4 marks, making it 720. If those 44 are removed, then toppers in the entire country are only 17.
So 44 students got the benefit of the grace marks. Not grace marks, full marks for when there was an error in the NCERT book contained the wrong answer.
So there were 2 correct answers. Yes, that's what.
So anybody who gave either the NCERT answer or the actually correct answer was given graded as correct. They were 44.
Because they would otherwise get minus. Because this is a negative marking system.
Because you didn't go by the NCERT, your booklet didn't go by the NCERT answer, but what was truly the correct answer? They say that, look, the earlier edition of the NCERT book had also this answer. So you treated both as correct answers, and those are 44 students.
And total, my lord, are otherwise 17, which in a multiple choice question, my lord, framework. It's possible that
So now, as it stands, 61 students across India get 720 out of 720 today. Out of which 44 students have got the benefit of that one question where there were two correct answers were treated as the correct, 2 options were treated as correct answers. So balance 17 really. 44 are
100%. No expectations.
Now tell us one thing, out of these 61 students who have now got 720 out of 720, or let me put it this way, in the top 100, are there any cases where students have changed their centers? In the entire exam, Mr. Kaushik, how many students changed their centers in the entire exam? 23 lakh. We'll go step by step. In the 23 lakh, total number of students who appeared were 23.33 lakhs. How many students have changed their centers out of the 23.33 lakhs?
The center allotment is only on 2 aspects, only two factors. One is permanent city and the current city residence. We do not give any specific option with regard to the change of center. The correction window is opened up. In that, the field may be changed by the candidates which do not come to our knowledge.
So that will be permanent or the current city?
Yes, only two options.
So once you are registered, you can't change your center.
What they do is, in the name of corrections, some students change the center also, correcting the parameters or the fields of the application form. We give correction window for some time. During that process, only the possibility of change of center.
But you will never know it.
No, that also has to be on the basis of the address.
But you don't have the fields which are originally filled in by the student and the corrected fields.
So far, as of now, the system doesn't catch that.
So we don't know how many students actually changed their centers when the window for correction was open.
Who the correct number of the students who utilized the reopening of the window, in which 15,000 students utilized the index correction model for the whole.
No, one second. 15,000 students utilized the window which was kept open for making corrections in their applications. Now, of the 15,000, how many had corrected the field of the center?
They shy away from
One second.
I'm sorry.
For that, that they should open this window. Rajasthan High Court
Window to correct the fields. The window to correct the fields. How many days was that window kept open? What are the days?
9th and 10th of February.
9 and 10?
Not for correction. This is not for correction, my lord.
One second, we'll ask them. One second, Mr. Kaushik, the window to correct the fields, how many days and when was that?
24. List of dates.
On 8th of page 99 of the
99.
correction. No.
Now tell us one more thing. The candidate, when the candidate fills in the application form online, does the candidate have to fill in the city or center? City only. Center is allotted by NTA, by the computer. So what they can change is the city, right? Okay. So if a candidate has, say, filled in Guwahati, that candidate during that window can change it from Guwahati to Lucknow. But no candidate can decide on the center. Is that correct? Centers are allotted only by NTA. Just check, is that correct? By the computer system.
Center allotment is only 2 days or 3 days before we get exact date of exam. So nobody would come to know which center is going to be allocated.
But that's not an issue. Center will be the same.
To correct fees, you are saying? Is it correct 18 March to 20th March?
18 March to 20th March and 11th February to 15th February.
Alright, 1 second.
11 to 15 was additional. New people came in.
And 11 to 15. Now tell us one thing. How many came in? How many corrected their fields between 18th and 20th March?
That is data is to be found.
But you said that 15,000, no?
That is when an additional slot was opened on the basis of the court orders and representations. Further time was given to make fresh applications.
In April?
Yes.
So 15,000.
24,000.
Alright, 8th April to 15th April. 11th April to 15th April, you said, no?
8th April to 10th April.
No.
Correction to 8th April.
Application was 8th April dated and the window was 9 and 10.
for new registration, not for correction, and for correction which, sir, I am reading for you from your affidavit.
What do you read? Just read it.
Page number 99. This is the public notice dated 13th March 2022. The subject is correction in particulars on the online application form of National Eligibility cum Entrance Exam UG 2024. Now, my lord, I am reading the box, the relevant part. Neet 2024 UG. Duration of correction 18 March to 20th March 2024 up to 11:50 PM. Field for correction. So he is not disclosing that what field. Here it was specifically mentioned that field for correction is as per Annexure A, and that Annexure A was not. Annexure A was filed on the next page. All fields. This is very important.
So between 18th and 20th March, you could correct all fields.
All fields and update documents except the contact mobile number, email. Other than
all right. Now, which was the second window? You got the first window, 18th to 20th March. What is the second window?
The second window is 9th of April and 10th of April. For 2 days, the second window opened for a new application, a new registration.
At page
that was for 15,000. They will not say that it is, this is unprecedented, it never happened earlier. They say that they were directed to do this by the Rajasthan High Court. Rajasthan High Court order is on record, which pertained to only one candidate. And High Court said, for this candidate, you permit him the registration.
So 9th and 10th April 2024, you say there were 15,000 fresh registrations.
As per our information.
Now, already, let's ask Mr. Kaushik. Now, 18th to 20th March 24, how many corrections? That was the window for corrections. Do you have figures about that?
That you will have to go.
Alright, and 9th to the 10th of April, how many new applications came?
That we have determined 15,000 applications. New applications were received.
We take your data. It's official data.
One more important
Change of center are concerned, the petitioners have laid focus only at Godhra. In Godhra, the change of center was by only 34 persons, out of which only 16 could be allotted the change of center. 16 can be changed. They are not getting any.
So, come again, for change of centers, yes, was by NTA, you changed the center.
By the candidates, by the
permitted change.
Yes. No, but I agree to it that the candidate has no choice of change of center. Right. So, so do we have any data on how many students all over the country, say in the first 1,08,000, we'll now focus on 1,08,000, no better, had changed their cities?
We will get that data, but we have got the data of Godhra only. It's because the Godhra was the only.
So, how many of the 1,08,000 would have changed their cities? We would like to know that.
That would be possible.
And we would also like to see the distribution of which were the cities that they changed. Was there any change in respect of one of these suspect areas, like Hazaribagh or Patna, or is there any concentration in the change of cities to specific cities? That will give us some idea. Is there any skew in respect of those who got registered between the 9th and 10th of April 24? So after lunch, we just short of lunch, we just break for lunch. After all this mental exercise, we also need a little lunch. But what we want to know is this, that those who changed their centers, how many of those have made it to the 1,08,000? That's one. And second, is there any skew in favor of those who had changed their cities on the 9th and 10th?
We have
language. Some people change their language. They said, please give us a Gujarati medium, for instance.
What language? This was also language. So, concentrate on 9th and 10th of April. How many students changed? How many of the fresh registrations For fresh registration also could change their center?
Yes. Fresh registration date is after which the
Can they change the center during that period?
new application is completely different. New applications are completely different.
Can an older student
One more. Be confined to one student. Then how did you open up the portal for on 9th and 10th of April 2024 beyond that one student? As a result of it, 15,000 students registered. Just one second, we have something very important. We'll forget it away. Out of the 15,000 students, how many are in the 1,08,000?
The reason is, I can give
Mr. Kaushik, just talk to your staff at lunch and come back after lunch.
I think our discussions are going a little off. I may be permitted to address your worship for just 5 minutes.
Of course, who said no?
No, before you further proceed. I was listening everything because I think the whole issue.
One second. One of your colleagues is in.
One sentence to be permitted.
After he finishes the mail,
I only wanted to say one sentence. Give me in one sentence. One sentence only. The whole question before the court is whether the test will be examination be cancelled or the re-examination be conducted. The discussion is far away from that.
No, this is the heart of it. We have to look at the evidence, the underlying evidence we record.
But that is a major administrative decision. It is not depending on a minor irregularity here or there. It's a major administrative decision. For a minor irregularity here or there.
All right. Nedumara, 1 second. We were a little confused. Are you on this side or on that side?
I am for the petitioners and my submission is...
You are saying no retest.
No, absolutely. Only a way is to conduct a retest. I want to use a very soft terminology. I discussed with the IIT professor, he used a strong terminology. I'm not using it. He used the terminology the professor used was the IIT report. He said there are 3 types of lies, damn lies, and now IIT report.
Let's not.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's not fair. Mr. Nedumara, also 1 second. Let's not just damn it's not an institute. It's so easy to say something about a premier institute. Give us 4 facts.
I am very soft on them.
I am 4 facts.
If I were to hear the whole thing, I can point out just one aspect. Exam already, if I can just say one aspect before.
All right, we'll come back after this. Yes, man. Your Judges Association, today this will go on. So we'll keep pension matter for judges. We'll probably take it up next week. You're safe today. You can.
Here they have filed their responses.
So we hear Mr. Huda first.
Yes, I'll supplement whatever he.
All right, and then we'll hear the solicitor.
Your Lordship had an occasion to go to the second status report.
Yes. We have seen the second status.
Something is crystal.
We have seen the second status.
Yesterday.
Yes. I saw it in the morning today after the game. Both my learned brothers have seen the second status. The only problem is this. The only problem is this. Today, I mean, I'm all for transparency. In fact, this is not a sealed cover procedure. Let me be very clear. But today an investigation is going on.
Correct.
Right?
I follow that.
If what CBI has told us in the course of the investigation is revealed, probably the investigation will get scuttled because people will become wise on what are the leads which have emerged in the course of the investigation. That's the only thing.
I bow down straight away. My only, you see, the intervention in between will cause this problem.
So what we would like you to do, Mr. Huda, is you have to, redaction is not possible in these kinds. If it's redacted, then it will have nothing of, it will have nothing of substance. You will have to show us, prima facie on the basis of your submissions, that the leak is so systemic and has affected the entire examination process across the country that we must cancel the examination and direct a fresh examination to be held. That is the area where we want to hear you. And then we hear the learned solicitor in response to that.
I will assess this honorable court.
Then, just 1 second. Second, we have some ideas also on what we are going to post to the solicitor thereafter. We would like you to assist us on assuming, if we accept your wider submission that you must have a fresh, neat examination, then that's what you exactly want. Suppose in the alternative, after hearing you both, we are not with you, then we would like you to also assist the court on which are the further lines of investigation, what are the lines of investigation which must be carried out. In the sense that which are the specific issues which must be investigated. So we would like your assistance on both, the other than alternate argument.
Yes, but that alternative argument has also come in my supplementary note which I circulated yesterday.
Okay,
in the same matter, I have suggested that this is the line of investigation should be conducted to unearth this entire controversy.
All right, then we'll look at that. Later on, we'll read it with you.
At the outset, I was flagging my handicap in assisting. I'm assisting. I'm not saying that. But the handicap I have in assisting this honorable court in this leak matter, one, they have not declared the entire result. They have declared the result of 100 people. And my assistance is information gathered from here and there. UPSC in IAS exam, they declared the result of entire people. Administration have declared the result of this 1 lakh people who get admission, first 50,000 in the medical colleges. The two handicaps you may kindly notice I will have in the course of my assistance to this honorable court.
Plus 50,000. How many seats in the government medical colleges?
56,000. And not everybody clamor for these first 56,000. Even the people below 56,000 may be willing to go for a re-examination.
And how many in the private medical colleges?
53. 56 and 52. That is 1,08,000. Now, if re-exam happens, literally it is, if all of them do not want re-examination, the total number is 1,08,000 people, not 23 lakh people. The remaining 22 lakh people
have not got admission at all.
Not got admission. So they are willing.
Except for the fact that if some people have wrongly got into the 1,08,000 category, then somebody below the 1,08,000 can legitimately get into that 1,08,000.
Correct. So, in fact, the balance is this 1 lakh. If all of them 1 lakh don't want re-examination, this 1 lakh on one side and 22 lakh on the other side who would like to take a chance in view of the this examination is marred by controversy. All 22 lakh would like to have a second chance.
That argument, yes, Mr. Huda, there's a problem. Forget the question of leak in this matter. Merely because, say, out of 22 lakh, 1,08,000 only have got admission or would get admission. And therefore you are left with, say, about 22 lakh students who would want to take a chance. We cannot order an re-examination merely because they want to take a chance. Re-examination has to be on a concrete footing, that the sanctity of the entire examination has been laid
down. I just wanted to dispel an impression that the stake in the re-examination is of lakhs of people. No, the stake is of 1,08,000 people. I will have to demonstrate conclusively that we cannot segregate tainted from the untainted. In Tanvi Sabharwal case and the judgment authored by Mallo clearly says in Tanvi Sabharwal's case, the finding was we have identified 44 candidates out of 6 lakhs. The remaining we are not able to identify. So we cannot permit even 10 people.
So I think you need not labor that point because you're absolutely right on that. That if you can, as a conceptually, that if you can establish that it is not possible to segregate the tainted from the untainted, then the whole examination has to go. Because those basic, you can of course show those authorities briefly to us at a certain point. But when we have looked at the facts, but before we go into the authorities, we want you to address the core of the facts before us.
I will try to first summarize my case and then elaborate, so that you will have an idea what I am saying.
You can summarize now. My brother Justice Pardiwala would like to know, out of 1,08,000, totally how many petitioners are before the court?
This is NTA can say.
NTA, 38 petitions. Now you're for NTA, no? Okay.
38.
So 38 petitions includes the 6 transfer petitions or transfer
petitions before the transfer court include the 6 transfer petitions by the NTA. So the 32 petitions, 32 petitions.
Our question is little.
I represent 10. And from my supported by 4,500.
I do not know how many, at least 100. The candidates who have called us individually, but we have not able.
I think they have a figure. 108. Mr. Kaushik, if you can just ask somebody, any of your team from the NTA, to just do this physical exercise of telling us even at lunch or after lunch, how many total students are involved in the matters before the, not involved, but how many students have moved the court in this batch of cases?
That was suspect, my lord. That way.
108 are seeking reconduct of the examination.
The council, 108 who are seeking re-exam are amongst 1,08,000.
Yes.
No, they'll be outside 1,08,000.
They are outside 1,08,000. They can't be.
Because 1,08,000 would get their certificate.
Seek the examination at all. I represent.
So all those who have not been able to.
Yes. Some people within 1,08,000 are also before your lordship because they say
they will not get into government.
They will never stop the government to get into it.
My case is 700. In my election, there are 5 candidates. One of them.
Now in charge, unless we ask a question to some other council, the others may not interrupt because otherwise, our line of thinking is also affected. And he is deflected also. He has a thought process in some matter. Yes.
But they have not been.
Also, Brother Manan had a point. What is the minimum mark which has been received by the petitioners before the court? We need not give us an offhand answer. Just do it at lunch and tell us.
Can I have one thing, my lord? In 5 petitioners in my pencil, my lord. One is having 700. Other having 600.
How will we be able to just wait for a minute? Let's have the conceptual basis of the matter. We can't go in individual facts like this. Let's have the concept very clear before us, and then we can see where the balance lies. Yes, Mr. Wood. We'll hear you. We're not going to run away. We are here to hear you and do justice to the matter.
Not only qualifying marks are 164.
That is this exercise. There are 131 students who are not falling within 1,08,000, and they are playing for retest.
131 students.
And there are petitioners, and there are 254 who are falling within 1,08,000, They are opposing them. Not that statistics can assist your lordship either way, but factually this is the position.
So 131 students beyond 1,08,000 who want a retest, and
254 they are in the form of IAs for implement.
Who are opposing?
For opposing the retest. They are all within 1,08,000.
The figures may not always be right, my lord, because I represent somebody who falls within, and whose rank is about 2009. But, my lord, we'll work out the figures in common with Mr.
Now tell us also what is the cutoff rank for the 56,000 and for the 1,08,000.
Just one clarification, conceptually. Anybody who is above the 50th percentile qualifies, in the sense that if somebody above them also does not go into medicine, goes into IIT, for instance, there will be a figure. So passing is 164. Passing is 164, but admission is a dynamic process. May stop at 1 lakh, may stop at 1,50,000, and depending on the particular quota or reservation or whatever is available. 164 is the cutoff mark. 164 means that you are above the 50th percentile. So about half the people have a qualification to be allotted a seat, but not everybody will be allotted a seat. So it's a dynamic process. There is 1,08,000 seats available. Some of them may not opt for medicine, some may go into IIT, this, that, and the other. The figure will come down. And also depending on whether you have a reserved category or something. So it is not, so it is dynamic, but roughly saying, I think the last figures will stop at 2.5 lakhs, rank-wise.
Let's hear Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda.
So, Lord, I'm
You can summarize your case, you said.
Yes. I'll just summarize. But give me a speed. Lord, I'm starting with a handicap. I do not have the result. Because of that, I cannot have the data analytics, which the state has placed, NTA has placed on record, giving the bell curve. And Lord, one of the director of IIT Madras is a member of the governing body of NTA. They have run the data analytics process, taking the entire number of 23,33,000 candidates who sat in the examination. Data analytics is to be run to 23,33,000 people. At what stage 10,000 or 20,000 people have sneaked into it? This data analytics running into half a page, which every dot means thousands of people. You cannot detect any abnormality when you draw a bell curve, which is based on 23,33,000. The correct procedure, if at all they were doing it, the correct procedure was to apply this process to 1,08,000 people. The first 1 lakh people in 2021, 22, 23 and 24. Probably the curve would have been able to catch 1,000, 2,000 people going up and down. Now even 1% is up, is into thousands of candidates. This honorable court has not tolerated, even if it comes to a conclusion that
1,000 people have entered into the system of this 1 lakh, which we are not able to detect. This examination cannot be sustained.
Well, that's one aspect about what IIT Madras has done. Now, what about how do you develop now? You can develop the basic case for
I am demonstrating that IIT Madras can't be relied upon.
So they have taken the entire body of 21.33 lakhs.
That's right.
And according to you, that data analytics should have been done on the restricted figure of 1,08,000 and compare that with 2021, 22 and 20.
So great. And the governing body member is the of NTA is the director IIT Madras. There is a conflict of interest.
No, but therefore, you take it, I mean, what is at the highest, what does that lead to? Your argument is that the data analytics has been done by NTA itself.
Correct.
It can't be higher than that. That's because the director of IIT Madras is also in the governing body of NTA. He's not there. But
he says he's not on the board of directors of NTA.
Oh, I see.
He was an outsider who's not expertise.
But anybody from IIT Madras who is on the governing body of NTA?
He was. Somebody else was.
Was in the past.
In past.
Today IIT Madras says no, nobody from IIT Madras in NTA.
When was that password when he exited?
But the person, the director who has prepared this report.
Mr. Solicitor, just sit for a second and ask them what the position is so that you can have a seat.
A very member of this is not the way it is done. Please don't do this.
Not attended any board, nor they have
Member.
He's not a member.
Any other person who is a member. When? Check to further verification. Note that IIT, whichever IIT organizes JEE examination, IIT for selection, the chairman of that examination committee is ex officio member in any NT. But the office of the director who has prepared this report is not the member. Some Mr. Gopal
Now, the IIT JEE for 2024 was held by IIT Madras or who else?
IIT Madras. He is the chairman of that IIT JEE examination committee, but he deputed somebody to attend meetings of NT.
Oh, I see.
He ex officio is there to use his expertise.
So I'll just take it down. IIT JEE for 2024
was conducted by IIT Madras.
Yes.
And the chairman of IIT who conducts IIT JEE, ex officio is a member of NTA.
And what role does NTA have in regard to the IIT JEE?
Nothing.
There's no.
He is not
I just ask the director.
NTA conducts various
So the actual NTA, the actual IIT JEE mains are conducted by NTA.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So IIT Madras would only set the papers or what happens?
No, they would conduct the examination. Advanced, they conduct JEE, mains is conducted by NT.
So mains is conducted by
NTA.
By NTA. That's like the preliminary exam. The mains.
Advanced. Final.
Whosoever is intended to get admission in IIT, they opt for the advanced.
Otherwise, all other.
They are only the admissions are on the basis of IIT JEE mains. And IIT JEE advanced, NTA doesn't conduct that. So IIT JEE advanced is conducted by whom?
NTA.
No.
IITs.
IITs or one IIT?
It is conducted by IITs. One become the organizing IIT. This year it was IIT Madras.
Okay, so like the class. So this year, the IIT JEE advanced, the organizer was IIT Madras.
Correct. And he has gone into city-wise as well as center-wise analysis.
Now, when you said that the chairperson of IIT JEE is an ex officio member of NTA, of the government, is ex officio a member of the governing body?
The governing body has no correlation with the activities of the conduct of the exam.
So the IIT JEE, the chairperson, so this time who was the chairperson?
He was the chairperson. He deputed one Mr. Gopal Krishnan to attend the meetings on his behalf.
No, but who was the chairperson? The director of IIT Madras was the chairperson?
Party. Because IIT Madras was the organizing body.
So IIT Madras was the organizing body both for the mains as well as advanced, only for advanced.
Advanced. Mains was conducted by us
entirely. But IIT Madras's director was an ex officio member of the
governing body, which is
of NTA. Of NTA. And is he an ex officio member only for this year or generally?
Whichever IIT conducts the exam
for that year, he becomes a member of the government. All right, I got it.
I must tell your lordship that what is placed in the report is not for say city-wise spread of top
So this time the director IIT Madras would be ex officio a member of the governing NTA, but he had deputed somebody else on his behalf to attend the meeting.
One Professor Gopal Krishna. And I have city-wise and center-wise.
That I'm explaining.
A deputed professor or doctor?
Gopal Krishna. Professor Gopal Krishna. My learned friend is going on the question of bias that may not help here. I have said with him that I have examined everything which he has done. I can show it to your lordships, and it is city-wise, center-wise, and at the national level.
Yes, sure that there is no. That you can indicate when your turn comes. All right, now tell us.
Without showing the document, but the city-wise and center-wise, the first table is the bell curve of 23,000 people. 23 lakh people. The second table is city-wise top ranker analysis, the top 100. How top 100s are spread over across the cities. Then there is a table which is
Can we do this, Mr. Huda? To understand your submission, can we just look at the report of IIT Madras? Let's go straight there because let us first understand what they have done.
Yes, that's great. We may kindly see the reply filed by them on 10th of July.
Just one second. Serial number कौन सा है भाई?
Additional affidavit dated 10th of July filed on behalf of respondent number 2.
58 dated 10th of July?
Correct, Lord. That's right. Lord, this is respondent number 2. Annexure A, Lord. Page 12.
Please, 950 तो है नहीं बोलता.
Is this a unique?
It's analysis of the 17 candidates or no?
This annexure is data analytics of Neet UG 2024, annexure A.
It may be part of the petition filed by Shivangi Mishra.
Shivangi Mishra?
That was the first.
Yes, it is in Shivangi Mishra's case, because they didn't file it in my case.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes,
copies are report from IIT Madras, pages 12 to 18. Let's see that.
Yes. Now, at page 12 is this is the executive summary given on page 1, and then the charts. Executive summary indicates they have gone all the way to explain. If I can read it, the executive summary.
Yes.
Marks distribution follows the bell-shaped curve which is witnessed in any large-scale examination in.
Just one second.
Executive summary, short summary. Marks distribution follows bell-shaped curve that is witnessed in any large-scale examination, indicating no abnormality. City-wise and center-wise analysis done for 2 years, 23-24, to find out if there are any abnormal indication. Analysis is carried out for the top 1.4 lakh ranks
given that the total number of seats across the country is around 1.1 lakh. This analysis is granular enough to indicate any abnormality had a large number of students gotten into high rank top 5% due to malpractice, or if students from a particular exam center or city were benefited. The analysis shows that there is neither any indication of mass malpractice nor a localized set of candidates being benefited leading to abnormal scores. I would say this is beyond their brief, what they are stating here. D, there is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students Really? E part. There is an overall increase in the marks obtained by students, specifically in the range of 550 to 720. This increase is seen across the cities and centers. This is attributed to 25% reduction in syllabus. That's not their case for them to say. In addition, the candidates obtaining such high marks are spread across multiple cities and multiple centers, indicating very less likelihood of malpractice. Lord, if I can take just one moment here. NTA, the government of India, in their reply is talking that they are attributing two reasons for this exponential inflation in the marks. Two reasons are there is 22 to 25% syllabus reduction and hence the inflation. Two, increase in candidates. Nowhere there is a whisper that there was increase in the syllabus that we have placed on. If not more, at least corresponding. So, if I can say so, the reply is not giving a full disclosure for oblique reasons. If they are talking about deleting the syllabus, they should simultaneously talk about increase also. At least they should disclose it. I will show the increase part of the syllabus. So there is an increase and decrease both. But this IIT Madras is talking about 25% reduction. Probably they are not given the papers that there is an increase also. And why IIT Madras do not?
Let's look at the data.
Yes. Now kindly see the first table. This table, blood, is for 23 lakh people. They say it is a bell shape. And any large examination will have a similar kind of a shape. And hence, there is no red flag. Now, starting from extreme right, where 720, now it is going up to the marks. Now, at every stop, there are thousands and thousands of people. This one line, which encapsulates about 24 lakh people, cannot give them any abnormality if 10,000 have gotten into this system through a back door and there is an inflation. Inflation is admitted. Leak is admitted. They are trying to justify it that it should be the same curve, and it is the same curve. So this is no indication that there is no abnormal. That is my respectful submission. Because of the data is too large, which can't be caught. Granular variations can't be seen with this large data.
Yes.
Now we can see the next table. They say the city-wise top ranker analysis. Dot of the marks obtained versus number of candidates for all the candidates who took the examination. Similar analysis was carried out by NTA for every city, and the results followed the same distribution. This was verified by IIT Madras team. This further strengthens our view that there was no major abnormality. There can be abnormality, but there is no major abnormality which can be caught by this system if this Python software is run through 24 lakh students' data. Now we can see center-wise top ranker analysis, which they say that there are city-wise. There are 571 cities. They say first top 100 are evenly spread, and then the data they give is only with regard to 17 students. Bangalore, Karnataka 5, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh 4, Kota, Rajasthan 3, Tamil Nadu 3, Patna, Bihar 2. Total is 17. Why are they shying away? If they have run it for top 100, they should give for top 100. That will include Hardal School, Bahadurgarh, which had 8 candidates from the same center. Now they are leaving us in darkness because they have the data, we do not have a data. So whatever they are saying, we are trying to analyze and find that is it correct or not. Now the same story runs through all their tables. We can see the next table.
I can give, there is no difficulty. Just
all right. I'll read the narration also.
Just to give the context, this chart shows that out of students who got first top 100, and we are not counting those 1563. Please don't count them because they become a separate.
Only for 17 people. Why don't they give a data for 100? Top 100.
I'm answering that. Please allow me to. Please listen to it. In Bengaluru, just to show the difference, in 23 there was 1, here it is 5. Maximum in India, the city which got 100 ranker is 5 in Bengaluru, Lucknow 4, Kota 3, Namakkal 3, Patna 2. Rest 10101.
But you have the breakup of the top 100 ranks.
Yes.
Top 100 ranks. If you can give us what cities do they come from? Because we have now got the data for the 17, 5 and 4, 9 and 3, 12 and 16 to 17.
Rest for 10101.
You can just give us in a chart, you can cut it out and give it to us and give it to the others also. That if we take the top 100, which are the cities from which they are?
At page 118, we have shared the 100
Just give it to us separately right now. If you have it right now, just give it to us.
Where is it? They just page
your counter.
Counter of NTA.
One Shika, yes sir. 100 कहाँ से बने? To 91 places, but these 5 are top. Bangalore has maximum students, 5 who are in the first 100. The rest could be 10, 10, 10, etc.
This is 915. Could it be on behalf of NTA?
Yes, not 118, next R90.
A19.
R90. PDF page 121. PDF 120.
121 is some Wakalat number.
Next
Analysis of top 100
R90.
Counter affidavit on behalf of NTA.
additional affidavit of NTA.
Additional affidavit of NTA.
The petition number would be petition 555 of 2000.
Correct. So one Vinod Kumar Sahu is the deponent?
Yes.
Right. Got it. There we have got the annexure A1 is a performance analysis of 17 candidates of Patna, Bihar.
Yes.
A2 is copy of screenshots of messages. Now, which is the chart that you're referring to?
118. In the entire country, the analysis of top 100 candidates.
Oh, where is that actually?
That is
118, annexure 19, R19.
118.
Continuous page PDF 1070. 1070.
This is the additional.
Sound.
So here, center-wise toppers for all 100.
Right. So first is Guntur.
That's it.
Can your lordships come to 121?
Yes, you got it.
121. Yes. See Lucknow.
See which one?
Lucknow, my lord. Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, my lord. Left hand side, first column, Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. 2, 1, 1. The lordship gets, my lord. Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh is the state. Lucknow is the city, and STSN Mahavidyalaya is the center. From that center, out of 100, 2 candidates fall into 100, first 100. Then Lucknow Loyola International, 1 student, and Uttar Pradesh Lucknow Central Academy, 1 student. Total up to 4. And therefore, in the report of the IIT Madras, they mentioned Lucknow as 4.
At the same page, you may kindly see at page 120, there are 9 people, 8 people from Jaipur, which they have not captured in the table. Kindly see the Jaipur, Mullah. Page 110. Jaipur alone has, Mullah, 9 people. They have captured 2. They have not captured 9.
You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 probably.
Still 8 seconds.
7 people from Bihar will in this.
Uttar Pradesh we get 2 and 1 3 and 1 4. Get 3 from Lucknow, 2 from Noida. Lucknow 4. Lucknow 4, no?
Well, the purpose is to show that they are spread over. That in Lucknow, there are only 4 out of total 23 lakhs who appear. But just to show that if there would have been any leakage or bad practice, in one center there would be a spike. That's the intention.
Bihar, there are 7, right?
Yes.
Bihar, there are 7. Yes, Mullah.
State-wise, Bihar, there are 7. Right?
Yes, Mullah.
Then Haryana, how many? Gujarat, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Haryana 3. 4. Haryana 4, Mullah. And let me kindly notice, Haryana 4 is in a situation, if I can be given a moment here.
Yes.
There was one Hardyal school in Bahadurgarh, where 8 people were from the same center. And the story of that center is that the paper distributed in that center, 500 odd students, was taken from Canara Bank. Paper was just different issue. That's a different issue, but I'm showing it has a relevancy.
But Haryana, there are 4. There are 4 in the top 100.
No, there were 6 people in the top, which are not, they are not here now. Happened in Bahadurgarh. That's one other glaring thing I just want to state here. NTA never disclosed it. That in Hardyal school, Jhajjar, the question paper taken from Canara Bank was distributed. That paper was taken. There was absolutely no delay in distribution of paper. The principal of the school is on record on YouTube. Even here it can be shown. She says that we collected paper from SBI as well as Canara. Ultimately, the instructions came that you distribute paper from.
Allow me to say, it's a different issue. We do not think that
which you have never disclosed on affidavit till now. And I will demonstrate it. That's a very clinching issue, which they are getting agitated on. Paper taken from SBI as well as Canara both. The paper was distributed, which is taken from Canara Bank. Not the entire country was dealing with the paper taken from SBI, but Hardyal School, Bahadurgarh paper was given, distributed, and ultimately full time was given and paper was taken on the basis of Canara Bank. Now, what happened is, just if I can complete it, what happens is, the principal says that after about 40 minutes I conveyed it, that we were told Canara Bank and now these students are attempting Canara Bank question paper. And the instructions to her was that alright, if it's already 40 minutes, so let them do Canara Bank. They did Canara Bank. Ultimately, what they did not disclose it to anyone, but they gave grace marks to everyone in that school. And because of those extra marks, 6 people got 720 out of 720. 2 students from the same center got 718 and 719. Thereafter, this was the grace marks.
Of course, thereafter a fresh examination was held.
That is impinging upon the entire system they have. Now, initially, they arbitrarily gave grace marks for which they were not entitled to at all. Now, this is how they have given grace marks across the country. There was absolutely no justification because they have not come clean on that. Here, they should have said, in Bahadurgarh, a different paper was given, that is why we are holding a re-exam. Fine. First, they said that there was a delay in distribution of paper, there was a loss of time and hence grace marks. When they were caught in this court, then they appeared before the Honorable Other Coordinate Bench and said, now we are having a re-examination, so please do not go into how we gave the grace marks to this 1561 people. 1563. So the question that how they gave grace marks to 1563 people on account of loss of time has not been examined by this honorable court. They in their reply, they say that the issue stands resolved because we have had a re-exam. My question is, Lord, that how in the first instance they identify 1563 like the center in Bahadurgarh, and to hush up the matter they say we have a re-exam. No, if it was on account of loss of time, they should have given opportunity to everybody in the country. That wherever there is a...
Mr. Huda, that is again finality. Our court dismissed that, our court has upheld the re-examination. Initially they decided to give grace marks to everybody. That was, when that was done, there were representations, they said. They told us last time that there were representations. Thereafter they decided to revoke that because a fresh committee was appointed and they decided to have a re-examination. Is that correct?
My respectful submission, I may have to interrupt here only for a moment, my lord.
Later.
My respectful submission is this. In the first instance, they indulged into pick and choose for identifying 1563. One classic example is of Bahadurgarh. Then nobody knows how they picked up 1563. And re-examination, the people who were not entitled to get this chance again got the chance again. And out of this number, out of the total, out of 1563.
Out of 1563, how many made it into the 1,08,000?
Yes, that's an interesting question they have not disclosed. But out of 15...
Tell us. That's the proof of the pudding is in that. Out of the 1563 who got the retest, how many actually have made it?
8 ranker, which included 8 top ranker from one center.
We'll find the answer to that.
Now,
see, I've done now the top 100. Hoga, when you are arguing, I've just from that top 100 I've done an analysis. The maximum from the states, you said they had disclosed data only for 5 states, 4 or 5 states. Now Andhra Pradesh got 7 in the top 100. Bihar 7. Gujarat 7. Just check this up, ask your team, check it up, I've just done it manually. Andhra Pradesh 7, Bihar 7, Gujarat 7, Haryana 4, Delhi 3, Karnataka 6, Kerala 5, Maharashtra 12, Punjab 6, Rajasthan 19, Tamil Nadu 8, UP 6, and West Bengal 5. So it appears that the spread in the top 100 marks is distributed across the country. This covers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 states and 12 states and 1 UT.
On this 1563, I just want to point out one fact. The people who got re-examination opportunity, out of them 73 did not pass the basic marks in the
candidates. Our affidavit says first 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities within 18 states and UT of the country. 69, my lord, in Vanshika Yadav.
What have you said? That the first 100?
In this regard, I'll just read, my lord. It is submitted that allegation of the petitioner that number of students scoring high marks are only from certain centers is completely unsubstantiated. In this regard, the result of top 100 candidates was analyzed and it has been reported that they are distributed across 95 centers located in 56 cities.
Yes.
Within 18 states or UTs of the country. This diverse distribution highlights the widespread participation and competitive spirit among students from different regions and educational backgrounds.
Mr. Huda, this is not on the other aspects. But if you look at, as they say, first 100 candidates are distributed in 95 centers in 56 cities in 18 states. Apart from that, as we said, the maximum we have taken in students at least 5 or more per state. 5 or more per state. We find that distribution in 12 states and 1 union territory. The highest being Maharashtra, which is, Rajasthan 19, followed by Maharashtra 12, followed by Gujarat and Bihar 7, and Karnataka 6.
Yes, Lord.
For us, my lord,
67 students who secured 720 out of 720.
They are also, my lord, reduced now because of the re-examination.
Now tell us, originally 67 students got 720 out of 720. Now, how many of those were in the, I think 17 were in that 1563, no?
Yes.
44.
How much? 44?
Lord, they are reduced. Lord, I gave you.
Yes.
Got reduced to 61 because of e-exam at Bahadurgarh. And it's 44 we are attributing to the aspect of one question paper in which 2 options were not correct. As a result, thereof, it's 44 candidates for the benefit of extra 4 marks, making it 720. If those 44 are removed, then toppers in the entire country are only 17.
So 44 students got the benefit of the grace marks. Not grace marks, full marks for when there was an error in the NCERT book contained the wrong answer.
So there were 2 correct answers. Yes, that's what.
So anybody who gave either the NCERT answer or the actually correct answer was given graded as correct. They were 44.
Because they would otherwise get minus. Because this is a negative marking system.
Because you didn't go by the NCERT, your booklet didn't go by the NCERT answer, but what was truly the correct answer? They say that, look, the earlier edition of the NCERT book had also this answer. So you treated both as correct answers, and those are 44 students.
And total, my lord, are otherwise 17, which is a multiple choice question, my lord, framework. It's possible that
So now, as it stands, 61 students across India get 720 out of 720 today. Out of which 44 students have got the benefit of that one question where there were two correct answers were treated as the correct, 2 options were treated as correct answers. So balance 17 really.
44 are exactly
100%.
no expectations.
Now tell us one thing, out of these 61 students who have now got 720 out of 720, or let me put it this way, in the top 100, are there any cases where students have changed their centers? In the entire exam, Mr. Kaushik, how many students changed their centers in the entire exam? 23 lakh. We'll go step by step. In the 23 lakh, total number of students who appeared were 23.33 lakhs. How many students have changed their centers out of the 23.33 lakhs?
The center allotment is only on 2 aspects, only two factors. One is permanent CT and the current CT residence. We do not give any specific option with regard to the change of center. The correction window is opened up. In that, the field may be changed by the candidates which do not come to our knowledge.
So that will be permanent or the current city?
Yes, only two options.
So once you are registered, you can't change your center.
What they do is, in the name of corrections, some students change the center also. Correcting the parameters or the fields of the application form, we give correction window for some time. During that process, only the possibility of change of center.
But you will never know it.
No, that also has to be on the basis of it adjust.
But you don't have the fields which are originally filled in by the student and the corrected fields.
So far, as of now, the system doesn't catch that.
So we don't know how many students actually changed their centers when the window for correction was open.
Who the correct number of the students who utilize the reopening of the window, in which 15,000 students utilize the correction model because of
No, one second. 15,000 students utilize the window which was kept open for making corrections in their applications. Now, of the 15,000, how many had corrected the field of the center?
They shy away from
One second.
For that, that they should open this window. Rajasthan High Court
window to correct the fields. The window to correct the fields. How many days was that window kept open? What are the days?
9th and 10th of February.
9th and 10th?
Not for correction. This is not for correction.
One second, we'll ask them. One second, Mr. Kaushik, the window to correct the fields, how many days and when was that?
54. List of days. On 8th September, page 99 of the 99.
The Rajasthan High Court. We'd like to see the order of the Rajasthan High Court. One second.
PDF 105.
Where will you get it?
105 PDF.
In which matter? Additional affidavit of?
No, in the several 1 minute, my lord. Order has been passed by the High Court, Bombay High Court this morning.
That is that Shivangi Mishra's case?
It is in Vanshika.
Vanshika.
R12.
10.
Running is 106, PDF 108.
So the Karnataka High Court.
This is Rajasthan is 106.
Rajasthan High Court, annexure R13.
R13, okay.
Earlier one is Karnataka.
This was only pertaining to one candidate.
That is not relevant. Candidate.
Okay, but I'll just answer that. But we received the representations, similar representation So, it was thought proper, pro-student measure, that let everyone get an opportunity to apply. But the relevant figures are now not with me.
No, but this order was in respect to one student who had not paid his fees.
Correct.
So now, what did the NTA do? NTA allowed everybody to apply afresh.
Yes, correct.
On account of inability of the students to make the application, due to mismatch, not able to Aadhaar its authentication could not be done by most of the students. OTP was not received, OTP could not be received, and fees could not be made. So all these aspects were subject matter of fees representation. In the light of this court order and the order of the Honorable High Court of Karnataka, we opened up this registration.
But this order had nothing to do with that.
Order is the Karnataka disposal.
But the relevant figure is this. Because we received, as my learned friend says, because of these difficulties, they could not make the appropriate application within time. We received 15,000 new registrations, approximately, maybe plus minus. We received 3,000 physical representations and 900 representations on email. But the relevant figure is this. Out of this new 14,094 students, 15,094 students,
yes,
those who will be getting admission in 1,08,000 are only 44.
44 students are
qualifying for getting admission and are within 1,08,000, which is the total number of medical seats.
It's 12,665 candidates are getting less than 200. That means they are failing.
12,665
out of these.
200 marks out of
720.
Out of 720.
They are failing. Out of 1,500, 12,000 are 15,000, 12,000 are failing. Just to indicate and satisfy.
Only 44 got in.
That is our Lordship's conscience that this was not followed intended to help someone.
Right.
It was not a pro-student measure ultimately. That we have received 3,000 physical representations and 900 representations on email. Let window be open for 2 days. And the figure new registration is 15,094. 15,085, that I stand corrected.
Oh. Mr. Huda.
Yes, Lord. Lord, I don't want to spend much time on
one more aspect. There was one kind of a discrepancy which was noticed in the first half regarding the Jaipur. The chart which your Lordships have seen contains where in 2003 and 2004 there was an increase. In 2003, 3% fall within, let's say, first 100, and it became 4. In Jaipur, that is Rajasthan, 2023 also 9 students were in first 100, and this time also they were in first 100. So that chart depicts cities where there is an increase this time, which is from 224, 225. Rest are 110, 110.
Yes, on the IIT chart, I don't want to spend much time. Just 2-3 tables I want to show, and I will now proceed. There is much better evidence on record to show a leak and a systemic.
Now, what are your submissions? Now, why did you formulate your submission?
With regard to IIT chart, first was that there is a conflict of interest. 2, they have taken the data of 23,33,000 to have this bell-shaped curve and to say that it does not show any abnormality. I say 1 or 2 or 3% insertion of other candidates using unfair means can't be detected in such large data.
Yes.
Third, I say the different tables they give, they are giving without declaring the result, they are giving the data only with regard to 2 to 3 cities and not the entire data for the scrutiny of the petitioners. It is a sampling they have done to suit their own. Eight and 9 at page 15. They are drawing, can you see table 8 and 9? How wrong they have gone in their analysis. They are showing on table 8 at page 15. The center-wise rank of top 500. Now, my lord, for 24 is the table 4. So, Bhatinda they say only 5, Sikar they say 4, Surat they say 4. Now, my lord, they are comparing this with the data of 23.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that table?
Table 8, my lord.
Table 8.
Correct. Table 8 center-wise rank of 2024, my lord.
Yes.
So, they focus on Bhatinda, Sikar and Surat. And they give the number of students. Now the next table, they are comparing the two tables to show that there is no abnormality. In the next center-wise rank of 23 of top 500, now they are comparing Rajkot with Bhatinda, Vijayawada with Sikar, Delhi with Surat. I do not know how they do it. If they are doing a comparison, center-wise rank of two different years, they have to compare apple with apple. But they say no. We will do it like this. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And the argument I am making is, they cannot take support of this IIT Madras report to say that there is no leak and there is no cheating. And
that they are seeing if there is any abnormality. That's all. Whether there is a leak or not, you have to establish the day.
Yes, the only thing is IIT Faridabad has not been able to pinpoint the red flags. They say we have not been able to find it. Everything seems to be normal. Now, Lord, may kindly see table 16 straight away, and then I don't want to waste a lot of time on this table because that is not a clinching on either side. Just to show that the kind of inflation is there, which is shown in table 16. And they say this is normal. I say this is not normal. Lord, may kindly see page 17. Now they have given the total number of candidates for 3 years with a rank of 550 to 720. This is the marks range, 550 to 720. This is table 16. 2022, in this marks range, I have done the total. The total of 2022 from marks range of 550 to 720 is 49,134. May I note it somewhere? 49,134 is 2022 total candidate in the marks range of 550 to 720. For the next year, 2023, Lord, the number goes up to 64,520. If I total all the 4 categories given here.
For 2022, how much was it?
Lord, 2022 it was 49,134.
Yes.
23, Lord, this number goes up to 64,520.
And
there is an increase of 15,000 crore approximately.
And 24?
And 24, this figure goes to 1,42,137.
So the increase is 77,000. So the previous year the increase was 15,000.
How many students actually appeared in 2022, 23 and 24? Total students?
Yes. Lord, there is an increase of about 1 lakh students.
2022, how many students appeared?
Lord, it is 3 lakh students. 2.95 to be precise.
2.95 lakhs.
It will be more.
And 23.
No, it must be much more.
It has to be more.
Mr. Kaushik, in 2022, how many students appeared?
Okay. Yes, Lord, I have this.
This is
Total number.
1,87,000.
Yes. Lord,
1 lakh?
I have the exact figure.
Once again, 80.
I have the exact figure.
I got the figure, correct figure. It's 18,72,343 registered.
18,72,000.
17,64,571 actually appeared.
17 lakh?
17,64,571. Yes, 22. In 24 minutes.
23?
23 registered is 20,87,462.
Yes. How many appeared?
Is 20,38,596.
And 24?
24 minutes registered is 24,06,079.
And appeared?
Appeared is 33,297.
So between 22 and 24, the number who registered has gone up from 18 to 24, which is about, say, 33% increase. And those who appeared increased from 17.64 to 23, again about, say, 33%, one-third increase. So as opposed to the increased number of students, about 33% increase, the number in the top echelon has gone up almost by 300%, from 50,000 to 1,40,000.
The increase, I have another.
Basically draw a correlation that therefore the examination is reached.
There are a lot also. But there is a reason given by yes.
According to you, there was a reduction in the syllabus.
So they have brought IIT Madras. IIT
disclosed in their response that there was a corresponding increase which we have placed on record. There is not a whisper. And just one thing more.
There was an increase in the syllabus.
This is the syllabus. And neither the IIT Madras is talking. IIT Madras.
How do you demonstrate that there was an increase?
I have a document placed on record, but they can deny it.
Show us that.
I will straight away show it. Just want to show it. There is just one thing. Increase of number of people in the examination in 2021 was 1,78,000. 22 it was 2.2 lakh increase. In 23 2.74 lakh. And 24 the increase is 2,95,000 lakh. So the increase is almost linear.
About 33% increase every year.
In terms of lakhs, what I'm saying.
It's about one-third, roughly one.
1.7 lakh, 2.2 lakh, 2.74 lakh, and now 2.95 lakh. It's almost linear. 15% at every year. Here, the jump is not fivefold. In the number of candidates falling in that category, 77,000. Previous year, the difference was 15,000.
But can this by itself be indicative of a leak? And the question is,
I would say there is a smoking gun on the blood. It's a red flag. अच्छा एक सेकंड डॉक्यूमेंट
How do you know that this
Let me kindly have my supplementary note circulated yesterday.
Your Lordship would note, even in the first bracket, that is 700 to 720, there is a remarkable jump. In 2022, 99 students fall.
that goes up to 2321.
And 350 in last year. That is also almost there.
Right.
So that keep on happening because many students would appear, they could not make it, they reappear in the next year. These are the dynamics.
In that marks range, 23, 22 to 23, the increase was 15,000. 23 to 24, in the same marks range, the increase is 77,000.
Mr. You have to have something more concrete.
That's right. I will straight away coming to the best part of my submission.
The best part.
Yes, I am straight away coming just after showing that there is an increase in this labor.
What was that?
Yes, Lord, allow me, Lord, my supplementary submission circulated yesterday.
Yes.
This annexure A, page 7. But the following syllabus was increased in the Neet UG 24 examination topic increase in biology. Lord, this is the topic added. And then Lord, on the next page, topics increased in chemistry.
Yeah.
Then Lord, page 8 is the topics increase in chemistry. Lord, these are the topics added at page 8. And then Lord, page 9, topics increase in physics. Notified just 5 months before the examination. $18 topics Lord, in physics, chemistry, and biology. And Lord, surprisingly, the conduct of NTA is that there is not a whisper that this syllabus is not only reduced or debated part of it, but it is increased also. They should have come clean. Now, Lord, straight away, this Honorable Court on the last date of hearing directed NTA to identify, first of all, Lord, this Honorable Court directed that how the paper was set, how it was sent to printing, then how it was sent to the center. The chain of custody. Now in the chain of custody, their reply is...
Now you're going to the most important
That's
point.
right, straight up.
So what is the submission now? You just formulate it.
Yes, the submission is, their own case is that the questions papers were dispatched for the respective cities on 24th of April 2024. I'm sorry, 24, no. Overall, 24th of April 2024, the papers were dispatched through a reputed courier company, which is a private company in any case. Their name has also come out in everywhere. And it reached the SBI and Canara Bank on 5th of May 2024. 3rd of May, I'm sorry, 3rd of May 2024. Was in rickshaw.
Now, just one clarification. They were sent to the SBI, Canara branches in those cities, or what happened? Where were they sent to?
They were sent to the cities.
So wherever the total exam, the exam was held in how many cities? 571 centers in 90. How many cities?
571 cities. 4,750 centers.
Right. We had said that last.
With regard to the interesting part now comes.
So these papers were sent to SBI and Can Bank in these 571 cities.
That's right. This is what they say in their reply.
Each of these cities had a SBI branch and a Can Bank branch.
Yes. And will it be dispatched? Will you notice this date?
So they were dispatched on 24/4
17th
and reached on 3rd May.
The receipt is 5th of May 2024. 3rd of May. 3rd of May 2024.
So the time gap is about almost 9 days.
Yes. This is one aspect. They have not divulged. Now, please,
He is referring to Patna.
I'm not referring to Patna. I'm coming to Hazaribagh and then Patna. I'm not. That is a separate story. Hazaribagh.
हमारा सप्लीमेंट्री नोट
Papers were sent uniformly on the 24th of April.
I will explain. CBI has investigated the entire chain from the printer till it is delivered to the center, and how there are checks and balances, sealing, GPS tracking. If there is any tampering, then the GPS immediately sounds alert that there is at some stage, at this particular place, on this particular date, there is a there are digital lockers, locks, etc. I have given that detail. There is a 7-layer security, 7-layer safety feature.
What has come on record now? I'm straight away coming to that. It was dispatched on 24th of April 24. I'm sorry, 28th of April to.
But you just said 24th. So was it legal?
With regard to Hazaribagh.
No, one thing you want to know. Let's be clear on facts. Was the dispatch for all centers, all cities on the same day?
Yes, it's from the printing press. But its destinations are different across the country, including Andaman Nicobar. It takes separate time. So we have
that you're right. But for the dispatch across the country, did the papers leave the printing press on the same day?
They start leaving. When? 24th April to 28th April. They are dispatched from the printing press.
May I explain that system, how it starts and how it is received by the center?
So the printing press basically distributed the answer sheets and the question paper.
There are 2 printing presses because there are 2 papers.
Right.
One of them is to be chosen.
Right. So the 2 printing presses started distributing the question papers between the 24th and the 28th.
In different cities.
24 to 3rd May for others. With regard to Hazaribagh, 28th to 3rd of May.
For dispatch?
Yes, Lord. Dispatch for Hazaribagh, they say in the affidavit, anti-affidavit, I just want to read, because in deference to my Lord's direction, that how it was transported, you specify. They have filed a reply, I want to read one paragraph of the Lord NDA additional reply, page 6. Lord, NDA additional reply. In my case, Lord. Transportation of question papers to custodians. I just read it in
I'm not then but really this would help you also. Understand the system.
Please let me read it and then.
Alright, where is the NTA additional reply page?
Page 6,
958.
Which deals with NTA additional reply. This is 10th of July. This is 10th of July, in Vanchika Yadav affidavit.
Yes.
Let me kindly see page 6 bottom. They are talking of Roman 8, transportation of question papers to custodians.
say the sealed trunk was handed over to a reliable all India logistic company for transportation and when dispatched based on distance of examination center across the country. The sealed iron trunks for Hazaribagh, Jharkhand were dispatched on 28th of April 2024. The authorized company loaded the sealed iron trunks into a dedicated closed body vehicle and an electronic lock was put on the door along with one-time seal. The moment of this vehicle was tracked by the logistic company. The truck has also the digital lock with a giving real-time information. body vehicle with electronic locks. And on 3rd of May, this paper trunk was found to be traveling in an e-rickshaw, open to sky, being delivered at the Oasis school. And there is a photograph on record, shows the principal, who has now been arrested by the CBI, is receiving the trunk, not the SBI bank, but the Hazaribagh school principal. The affidavit before this honorable court is factually incorrect and doesn't even capture that basic part. Here they say on 3rd of May, page 7, the last bullet of this para, the sealed iron trunk were delivered to the concerned custodian SBI bank at Hazaribagh, Jharkhand on 3rd of May and was kept in a safe vault by the bank. The bank received the trunks and gave an acknowledgement to the logistic company. Now, Lord, straight away allow me to come to my supplementary submissions, Lord, which I have placed even the photographs on record, showing that where this trunk was being taken in an e-rickshaw, open to sky with one driver.
What you are, can you now formulate your submission? You are saying that now, you've seen now the broad lay of the matter. Your contention is the leak is absolutely widespread and systemic. Now, how do you formulate your submission?
What I say is, because this honorable court pertinently asked them a question.
No, but just formulate it. Just formulate. You're not able to get your point now. This is the broad.
There is a systemic failure in conducting the examination by NTA. And the multiple failures, if I enlist, failure is multi-dimensional, and if I enlist serial-wise,
yes, just tell us.
Yes, the transportation of the question paper got compromised. When for 6 days, the question paper remained in the hands of a private courier company, and in support, I have to say about the evidence on record indicating that the question paper for this examination was being transported in an e-rickshaw 2 days prior to the examination
at Hazaribagh, no?
At Hazaribagh, on 3rd of May. And instead of it being taken straight away to the bank, probably there was no clarity on the direction where the question paper will go. So the e-rickshaw driver took it to the Oasis school. I will read that.
Read the caption below the picture. My little friend is perhaps not reading that.
Where are you reading?
It's the same picture which is being displayed on the
Let me read just one news item and show this newspaper. Page 12 of my written, my supplementary submission, can you have for a moment? That will clinch it.
That only I am reading.
Allow me to read.
He says that these are the question papers, but picture those.
Lord, may kindly see page 11. Lord, may just
OMR sheets.
OMR sheets after the examination.
Third of the day. Lord, may allow me to just to first read Lord Annexure B at page 11 of my supplementary submission. This news item and then the photograph, and I will show that.
Incorrect version of the situation, not my affidavit is with regard to.
Sudan, now you have to formulate what your point is. You said that there was a systemic failure of NTA in conducting the examination. 1. Transportation was compromised. The packet remained with a private courier company for 6 days and transported in an e-rickshaw at Hazaribagh on 3 May 2010.
3rd of May 2000, which was received by the principal and instead of the custodian, that is the SBI. And now the information with us is that this principal of Hazaribagh has been arrested for being a conspirator in the league. He was part of the NTA, he was a city coordinator.
Then what is the next point?
The next point is the dissemination of the leaf paper was happening from 3rd of May itself, and the evidence of the chat on the Telegram, etc., indicate that the sold paper was being circulated on 4th of May, not 5th of May.
Where do we get that?
Lord, with regard to that, Lord, I have two submissions. One, Lord, in my submission, what I had said was that there is a flame layer channel which had disseminated the sold paper.
Where is that?
Lord, question paper. Lord, that I have, Lord, if I can straight away show my first note, Lord, I have said it. They have responded to my first note, thankfully, and they are not commenting on that. I want to read, Lord, page 6 of my first note. First written submission. Lord, 10th of July note, which was filed with reference to my Lord's direction that it should be one comprehensive note. There I say, Lord, correct. Submission para 2, systemic failure.
Locate that.
There is one principal note, my Lord, which I submitted 10th of July.
I think it's a relevant list of dates.
No, the written submissions which we have filed on 10th of July. This is a combined written submissions. We have the collated one, my Lord. There are only 2, I believe.
You filed yesterday for that note.
Yes, you filed reply also to that note.
Yes.
There is one heading, systemic failure. This compromises the sanctity of examination.
Question paper was circulated on Telegram channel.
That's right. Question paper was circulated on a Telegram channel one day prior to the scheduled examination on 4th of May 2024 at 12 a.m. This breach of security has raised significant concern regarding the integrity of the fairness of the examination process. Given the nature of social media and modern communication platform, it is impossible to accurately determine the full extent of leak and identify all beneficiaries. Information shared on social media spread rapidly and uncontrollably, reaching an extensive audience within a very short period. This phenomenon makes it extremely challenging to segregate the pinpoint the individuals who may have gained unfair advantage. Screened recording of a handle named Flame Player. Lord, we have this video. Now, in response to this video, they have filed a written note yesterday. They don't talk about it. They don't comment on it.
See, the only thing is which we have to bear in mind as a matter of robust common sense, the idea of somebody who was doing this was not just to make a national charade of the Neet exam. People who are doing it were in it for money. Right? It was not people who wanted to sort of bring the whole exam into disrepute. What you would do to bring the whole exam into disrepute is to have a massive dissemination.
This became public.
So why would somebody who was doing it admittedly, as it now appears, to make money out of the process. Therefore, anybody who is making money out of it he would not circulate it on a mass scale unless he has that network to also connect with other people. Like you have, say, 10 people across in 10 different cities in the state who are all involved in the leakage and being part of the conspiracy to make money. So, is it your case? I mean, we have made a note of that point, that this was circulated on Telegram on early morning on the
4th of May.
4th of May at 12:02 a.m. So the whole of 4th went.
All of 4th and then on 5th, because the examination is on 5th at 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Actually, my friend is not correct. We have replied to this in our additional affidavit also, as well as written reply.
When was it actually put on the Telegram channel?
Telegram channel, our stand is that this is a doctored video. Edited video, edited is shown in the picture itself, which we have placed on record along with our.
This is another,
and the time is
completed.
If I can complete. 5th May, 1740 is the time of this.
No, not this one.
I can show that video he is talking about. We have got
Telegram channel has an inbuilt feature. If you made some changes or you tamper with it, then that change is also reflected. And therefore, we came to know that this was somebody had circulated after the examination.
Yes, so I will show that video and what they are trying to say and demonstrate that it is factually incorrect. Yes, if I can straight away invite your kind attention to NTA additional reply, what the London Solicitor General is saying. Page 24 of NTA additional reply, there is this is another Akash test series they have bought. We didn't know that, but they say there was another channel which was circulating, and they say this circulation happened post the examination. And what is the basis to say so? Let me explain it. Can you see page 24 of this NTA additional reply? This is the original screen at page 1, page 24, which shows paper.
India.
No, this is additional affidavit of NTA. It is a screen like this. It will be a screen like this. Page 24, annexure A2. Annexure A2.
Yes.
Now, kindly see the second half of it, where date May 4 is written. Then there is a paper being shown in this chat. Now, at the bottom of it, that red circle, they say this is edited. This is edited. Paper is being shown on 4th of May on this Telegram channel. The date is appearing on the top, and at the bottom of this document, can you see the circle they have done it for facility?
Circle indicates what?
Yes, circle, they say, indicates that this message is edited. And so maybe time is edited. This is their argument. And the real time is, can you see the next page? They say this is the real time. Now I will explain. Page 25, they say the time is 5/5/2024, 15:40, 17:40. There is a fundamental flaw in this argument. One argument is that whenever a Telegram channel document is pressed for edited, it can swap the document, but the time will remain the same. It can't change the time. I have tried it myself with the help of my colleagues. If on a Telegram channel I receive a document, I want to edit it, I can swap the document, but the time will not change. This is one. They say the time is changed, which is impossible. Now the next page 25, the time they are giving is not the time of receipt of a document, it is a watermark. सकते हैं. If I open this question with this open.
The second point was the telegram.
Yes, Lord. Telegram page 24 indicates that on 4th of May, question paper is being circulated. The photograph of the question paper not appearing, we have compared it with the original. It is the original question paper. The date shown on the top of it is 4th of May and the time is 9 a.m. Now they want this Honorable Court to disbelieve this date and time with the next page showing. Can you see the next page? Next page, page 45 is not the date and time which can ever appear like this in a telegram channel. It is a watermark. If I click a picture, if I click a picture, the date and time on, I photo it, then it will appear that the photo is taken on this time and this date. Can you see the watermark? It's not a date and time appearing on the telegram. Date and time appears like the one which is appearing at page 24. This is how they want this Honorable Court to believe this. And this is something not other than the flame flare, which we have found and seen the video.
What else now?
Yes. Now, with this, allow me to come back to Hazaribagh, just one news item to demonstrate that how it is an admitted thing, almost admitted thing that the paper is dated on 3rd of May. Allow me to come back to my supplementary note for a moment. Page 12 of my supplementary note. That is essential. Allow me to read that. Page 11. My supplementary note. I have not only two notes, one the main note and the other is supplementary note. Where I had shown the edit syllabus.
Yes.
Yes, page 11. Allow me to read this news. The Central Bureau of Investigation probing the Neet UG paper leak case on Friday arrested 3 persons, including principal of so-and-so vice principal of the Oasis School Hazaribagh, and interrogated 13 suspects arrested by Patna police at so-and-so jail in Bihar capital. The CBI sleuths also visited so-and-so with 2 accused to explore the potential involvement of Rocky, nephew of LS mastermind Sanjeev Mukhya in the case. The principal and vice principal of Hazaribagh School, one of the center for the exam conducted on 5th of May, were arrested after 3 days of the questions involving more than 60 hours over the allegations of tampering of question papers. The identity of the third person could not be ascertained till the time of filing of this report. 3 arrested persons will be produced in CBI court in Patna. CBI had seized cell phone, laptops, school CCTV camera footage with the assistance of forensic experts on Tuesday. According to sources, the CBI uncovered crucial evidence from the 3 months call records obtained from Huck's phone, which led to his arrest. Huck, who served as the district coordinator for Neet, had earlier expressed concern about a potential leak originating from a private courier company and the SBI. That the breach might have occurred at their end. The CBI, which was initially concentrating on the route from the office of the private courier firm at so-and-so to CBI main branch, Julu Park, shifted its focus after analyzing CCTV footage. The footage confirmed that no tampering occurred along this stretch, leading to CBI to suspect Huck, who consistently provided the same response during questioning. Sources told TOI that CBI's attention turned to Oasis School, located on Mandai Road near Kalu Chowk, and its staff. The agency began gathering digital evidence and uncovered that e-rickshaw had gone directly to Oasis School on May 3, instead of proceeding to the CBI main branch, where it was supposed to be stored in the strong room. CBI sources said that at the school, the aluminium box was tampered with and the packet containing the question paper was removed. A glue stick was used to reseal the package containing the question paper. The Economic Offences Unit, which had been investigating the case before it handed over to the CBI, also corroborated these findings according to the sources. Will allow me to skip this. Now kindly see the next page, at page 14. This is page 14, and then 15 is this e-rickshaw and the principal of the school who has been arrested now for tampering with the trunk and seal, etc. Page 15. This is the e-rickshaw. In the affidavit, they said that it is called sealed vehicle, covered and sealed vehicle, guarded, and where all sort of security. Now, this is how Millard.
Students pay for the Neet exam, but how much does each student pay for the Neet exam? 1,700 rupees.
Reserved category was how much was the reserved category?
3,200.
1,700
for the reserved category.
General category.
1,700 for the general category. And reserved category? .33 lakh students into 1,700. How much does it work? Sorry?
Then they have transported these boxes in an e-rickshaw with one driver. There is no guard.
It was with a photo. To pose for the photograph like this, if these are question papers. This is a part of the process. When you hand over or take over something, you pause with the receipt, etc. This is OMR sheets, not question papers.
1,700 for the general, EWS, OBC and NCL 1,600.
From the exam.
Expense list.
How much you make in terms of revenue for this?
Revenue generation. It's about 400 crores, and the expenditure is about 300 crores.
Mr. Saraswati, you engage a private courier company?
Lord, your Lordship may allow me to show. Lord, the checks.
There is no CCTV in the centers. There is no toilets in some of the
There are CCTV footage is recovered. I will not show when my turn comes.
All right, your third point now. What is the third point supplementary?
Besides this, we have placed on record 161 statements recorded by Bihar Police of the accused, which indicate that the paper was available on 4th. If I can straight away read just one statement. That statement is my main note, dated 10th of July. Just one statement, allow me to read from there.
Anurag Yadav statement?
Yes.
Yes, that your translation is wrong. I have got the original in Hindi.
Okay.
I believe on a very crucial point.
I believe
on a very crucial point.
Okay.
Must be a mistake. I am not alleging anything.
Okay. So this statement indicates that my uncle dropped me on 4th, right? The paper leak was on 4th.
One statement with you.
Yes, in fact, because so many people are circulating this material on social media from everywhere, though the candidates there are less, but the anxiety on a social media and the kind of students who are affected by it, but not coming forward to file a petition before this honorable court. They are supporting all these petitions, and this kind of a material is being supplied, and not even the officers. But the other day, I had placed on record the press note of Bihar Police. The IG Police gave that press note. Now, subsequently, they say they have backtracked. A thing is happening in this case. So let them deny that these are not the correct. This is what they say. In the counter affidavit, they say that this is not a certified copy of 161 statement, and hence it should be discounted from the evidence.
Sir.
According to the leak question paper was in the leak mode on the 4th itself.
Lord, I would say third, because for a reason. Let me give a reason. As per their affidavit, they say all question papers were deposited with the SBI and Canara Bank on 3rd of May.
And thereafter, it was taken out of the wallet of the respective banks on 5th of May, 8:15 a.m. on 5th of May.
And according to them, the leak occurred then.
No, they don't say, they are in a denial mode. Now, what I say is, if the leak has not happened during the custody of the banks, then the leak has either happened on the day of the examination or on third or prior to 3rd. There is no leak between 3rd and 5th. Because the question papers remained in the custody.
Also, I mean, possibly, if according to them, the leak takes place sometime in the morning of the 5th, according to them, by.
Yes, they don't say.
They say that the student, what they say that the students
were made to memorize
on the 5th morning. One second. If the students were made, according to them, the students were made to memorize on the 5th morning. Alright, according to them. Then why is the chap behind you saying no to everything that I say? We also read our brief. According to them, the students were made to memorize. That means prior to the 5th morning, somebody had solved the question papers.
That's so big.
If somebody has solved the question papers, it certainly doesn't go to the 5th morning. It has to go at least to the 4th, 5th night, the night between the 4th and the 5th.
That's right.
Which says the leak has occurred sometime prior to the night of the 4th and 5th.
And so great.
And so, which means that their question is, when did the papers get leaked?
That's what I was saying.
I would say, if they are certain that leak has not happened when the question papers were in the custody of the banks,
then certainly the leak has happened on third or prior to third.
Before the questions were given to the before they were given to the bank.
Correct, that's right. Before they were deposited with the bank. Everywhere in the entire country, their stand is the question papers were deposited with the banks on 3rd of May. And in their custody, it remained in a wallet and no bank officials are accused and have been arrested. There is no allegation against bank officials.
By the way, in the ordinary course, before the exam, when were they supposed to leave the vaults of the bank? Exam is at 2 o'clock on
15 in the morning.
Right.
They say that the center head will go, collect paper. Now, there is another systemic failure, let me point out simultaneously, like in Bahadurgarh. So the head went to both banks, SBI and Canara Bank, collected paper from both banks, whereas he should have collected paper only from one bank. And this
now tell us one thing. There are two possibilities, distinct possibilities. One, the paper gets leaked before the questions are lodged in the custody of the Canara Bank and the State Bank of India, which means that the leak has taken place before the third. Third, they were all safely with State Bank and Canara Bank. The alternate hypothesis is that the leak takes place after they are distributed from the Canara Bank and the State Bank of India and are bound for the centers.
That is a remote possibility for the reasons, Lord.
So between 8, going by their hypothesis, between 8:15 in the morning and 10:15 when the students were, according to them, given the papers, it's very unlikely that in 2 hours the questions were solved and then
everything and they were made to memorize. This is impossible.
The alternate hypothesis appears to be more logical, according to you, that the leak occurred even before the question papers were lodged with the...
That's right. Correct. That is my respectful submission.
The State Bank of India and Canara Bank.
Unless it is their case that the leak happened when it
has happened between sometime before the third or on or before the third, then between the third and fifth there's a fairly long period of time.
That's right. During the period, it was in the custody of a private courier company, where they were taking it into rickshaws and here and there for days together. For days together in private hands.
What is since when was NTA established?
It was 17. It was the first Neet exam they conducted in 2019.
But 2019 onwards, the questions have always been handled by private companies or private couriers?
In the route, en route, there are checks. And if any courier company or any employee of a courier company tampers with the vehicle in which is transporting the trunks, it would be registered on a real-time basis with digital footprint. I'll be able to show.
But how is the digital footprint not available here then?
It's not. The CBI has investigated this. There is no tampering en route.
Why don't? There is no tampering
en route.
Then where does the tampering take place?
No, there is not the tampering.
Hey, don't laugh. I mean, we are asking a serious question. We are not trying to poke fun at the argument or anything. We are trying to understand it.
I understand. Anyway, let us.
According to where does the leak take place?
There is no leak which has taken place.
No, okay, where does the breach take place?
There is a breach which has taken place where we have the timing, we have the CCTV footage of someone going inside the particular center. That's what I wanted to show to your Lordship.
So, what time does that take place?
Yes, Lord, it is 9. Give me the first report. Lord, it's a part of my. Between 8 to. Between in the morning 8 to 9:23. The person goes in, photographs the paper and comes out, and thereafter, my lord, your lordships will find, my lord, investigation.
But 1 second. Assuming that happens between 8 and 9:20, we have to test this hypothesis in the ordinary course of things.
Yes.
According to you, the students got the question paper at about 10 o'clock, 10:50.
After 10, after it was solved.
Is it likely? Because questions, there are 180 questions.
Yes.
Right? Is it possible that in 45 minutes between 9:30 and 10:15, they would have problem solvers preparing the answers to 180 questions and then putting it together for the students in 45 minutes?
So they got 1 hour and there were 7 solvers. I can't divulge all this information, it's a part of my report. There were 7 solvers, they demarcated 25 questions each. And I can tell you, lordship, why they were required to memorize. But if we are all of us are sitting in one classroom, the 180 plus 20 questions would be same. But the number of the question would be
jumbled.
That's right. My question number 1 would be his question number 8. So nobody can give a answer sheet ready that A answer is B, B answer is C. We will have to memorize. And so far the investigation has been able to identify 18 students, and because of this lack of time, from 10 to 12, because they were asked to go back to the center, they have to report to the center.
So the whole hypothesis that within 45 minutes to an hour, not only was there a breach, but the entire question paper was solved in a space of 45 minutes and then given to the students.
Within 1 hour.
To be very far-fetched. In 1 hour, all that happened.
Within 1 hour, and there were 7 solvers, and 7 solvers bifurcated questions.
So according to you, the leak, the breach occurred when the
8:02 a.m. in the morning to 9:23 in the morning.
So the papers left the vault at 8 o'clock. 8:02.
9:23. They didn't have much time, therefore.
But what time did the papers leave the vault of the State Bank of India or Canara Bank, whichever bank?
7:30, which is under the videography, under the CCTV. We have recovered the footage, and there is no.
So 7:30 they leave the bank.
Yes.
After that, the paper is
bring it to the center.
What time does it reach the center?
5 minutes from Hazari. 7:45. And since the
but assuming that it was 8:02 to 9:30.
I'll be able to show it to the lordship. And that is the reason why, because they got, the students got only 2 hours to memorize the questions. I'll be able to show that. Out of 18 students who are identified, who were brought at a particular place, only 1 student is getting possible admission. Of course, now he would be facing the debarment, etc. Only 1.
But there are about 225 students totally involved. 225.
I cannot use the figure, but it would not cross 150. That's our estimate. And I will be able to substantiate these facts, my lord, by the very meticulous investigation conducted. My lord, the person who went inside for the purpose of breaking is arrested. The
CBI second before that.
I would request your lordship to closely scrutinize the CBI status report. Lord, if your lordships can, Lord, may I request? May I request in report number 1, kindly read from para 27 onwards.
Now see report number 2.
Yes.
Report number 2.
Yesterday, Lord, it was filed yesterday. Would your lordships consider
Para 113.8 at page 13.
Second. Your lordships are on para?
Page 13, para 113.8.
Yes. The total number of candidates so and so from the around so and so. Therefore, Lord, I say that it would not cross roughly, Lord, 150. And at every stage of the travel route,
113.8. 113.8. Just read it in your mind.
Yes, the total number.
That's all.
Around 150.
This is your figure.
Yes. Therefore, I said your total would have crossed 150. Did it check?
Between Patna and Hazaribagh?
What is the distance between? It is at a distance. But the one gang member who was also at Hazaribagh was sent it by WhatsApp.
How much? 240.
It is 240 around. And their model is, Lord. But their model is not to allow students also to take photographs because if it leaks, because they have been given, kindly know this is crucial. The parents have given post-dated checks. Para 50. Para 50 of first report, Lord, if your lordship can see on this in this context. Page 19.
Hazaribagh से गए.
makes a request to once again go through these two reports. Their modus operandi or business model, whichever way we put it, is they ensure that the paper is not leaked and given to students whose parents have given post-dated checks over and above the advance money. So that if it leaks and spread into thousands of people, then the examination is cancelled and they will not get anything. So students, when called for the purpose of memorization, were asked to keep their mobiles on. They also purchased, I don't wish to divulge much, it's mentioned there. Accused are in custody.
Yes, yeah.